Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start. Before we start, I have logistic information. I would like to remind that hotel checkout time is at 11 after our coffee break. So you can leave your luggage and the reception storage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome you to the last day of the Innovation in Disaster Prevention Conference. Yesterday we had an inside discussion about the solution in disaster prevention and also response. Today we will focus on challenges faced by the disaster management community. I hope you will find the presentations and discussions today interested and engaging. Thank you that you are still with us. Dear distinguished guests and panelists, now it's time to panel on opportunities for local level. We can add building resilience from the ground up. Today we have an esteemed panel of experts, including representatives from the Ministry of Climate and Environment in Poland, the city of Stavanger, the city of Wrocław, the Global Water Partnership, Central and Eastern Europe, and also city of Belfast, and the University of Agriculture, Krakow. It's my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Ilona Ligocka, who is involved in adapting to climate change in cities, mostly in the cities. The floor is yours. Okay.
Good morning. Ilona Ligocka from the Ministry of Climate and Environment from the Department of Urban Policy and Air Protection. I will present you, well, thank you very much for your invitation. I'm very pleased to be here among you. And I will present some of the activities which we undertake in the Ministry to help cities to adapt to climate change. What we recognize as challenges of urban policy in terms of climate and environment, I have listed here some of them, which are air quality, nature promoting, but also introducing and implementing nature-based solutions. Water retention, which is very important in urban areas. Usually it's green and blue infrastructure. Spatial planning, which is a tool for adapting to, for effective adapting to climate change. And of course, transport, transition to zero and low emission urban transport, heating systems, which should be based on clean energy sources, renewable energy sources, and energy efficient construction. And what do we do to transform cities? In the years 2017 and 2019, the Ministry undertook the project which was financed from the European Union funds. It was an innovative project because one institution decided to prepare or help to prepare urban adaptation plans for 44 biggest cities in Poland. And these projects, the plans were prepared by the Institute for Environmental Protection with other institutes and private company. And that was a good exercise of cooperation between the authorities, inhabitants, and experts. And almost all plans, without two, were adopted by the cities. And now, in this new perspective of financial financing from the European Union, these cities will have financial resources to implement activities which were chosen or which were the most important in the cities to adapt to climate change. One of these important outcomes was also education and improvement of awareness of the climate changes. The institutes and the cities were obliged to cooperate with stakeholders and to involve them in the preparation of these plans. Last year, the ministry launched the initiative. We called it, well, it's easier to say this in Polish, but to translate it is no more concrete in city centers. So we aim to deconcrete, as we call it, deconcrete city centers or town centers, and limit this ceiling of the space of in the centers and replace them with green areas which will be permeable and which allow to store rainwater, to absorb rainwater. So we want to reduce, or we would like to reduce the urban heat island and regulate temperature, and to increase water micro-retention, especially that's small and micro-retention in these areas. And as a part of this initiative, we organized workshops with representatives of the cities and towns. And these workshops, there were online workshops, but they were very active, and representatives of the cities were indicating what are the problems and challenges for increasing these green spaces. And we are trying to solve these problems. So it can be financial help or assistance, or legal solutions, so changing in the law. And of course, we would like that this minimum percentage of biologically active spaces will grow, and they will increase. And the activity activity that was on a smaller case, but we can think of this as a pilot case, that there was a kind of competition among cities that they could apply to us, and we analyzed public available statistic data and information provided by the cities in 4 categories: air quality, urban greenery, energy transformation, zero emission transport, and urban retention. And 20 cities were chosen as the best cities with the best results. And 50 cities and towns decided to cooperate with our institutes. And the result of this cooperation will be a roadmap for climate transformation of the city. And each city decided which area is the most important for them. So whether they would like to have more information on urban greenery, or urban retention, or energy transformation. And the ministry is responsible for coordinating adaptation policy in Poland. And 10 years ago, in 2013, the first national strategy for adaptation to climate change was adopted in Poland. And this last year, we decided to update or create a new strategy, and we applied to the European Commission for technical support, to technical support instrument, and we were chosen. Our project, our proposal was selected for financing, and now we are cooperating with private consultancy chosen by the European Commission, which is preparing for us recommendation to update the national strategy. So first they assessed how the first strategy was implemented, what were the problems, challenges, what were the gaps, and they will propose, they will give us recommendations about the activities which should be planned for the next 30, 40 years. And they will also propose how in the best way, coordinate these adaptations actions, because the first strategy, it was assumed that it will be coordinated in a kind of a soft way. So bodies or institutions which were indicated, they were responsible for adaptation actions, but there was a little actual coordination or monitoring of these actions. And some of them were implemented, some of them were not implemented. I think that the biggest problem was among local unit, that we prepared a survey and we sent to all gminas, so small communities, and the responses were that actually they didn't know that such strategy exists, or they didn't have money for the implementation, or they, of course, they were undertaking some activities, but it was with no connection to the strategy. And we would like to set this system in a more coordinated manner. We are looking for good practices in other countries as well. And then the consultants will show us the good practices in other countries as well. And last year we prepared a guide which shows, first existing indicators were analyzed, or with adaptation there is a challenge or a problem that the indicators to measure success or in adaptation actions are difficult. Well, it's difficult to measure adaptation. It's more difficult to measure adaptation than mitigation. And we asked, of course it was a public procurement, and the consultancy which was chosen, we asked them to prepare a pilot case for us and to search for 20 indicators, natural and climatic indicators. And then we chose 10 of them. And for these 10 indicators, a technical guide was prepared for the cities to show them how they can count these indicators using public available data or data from Copernicus, from other available sources. This guide was published on the website of the ministry, and among these indicators, there are indicators referring to green spaces and the surface of green spaces in cities, the urban heat islands, so measuring urban heat island ratio effect, and the potential or the areas with a high biodiversity potential in the cities. And we know that, well, then there was, of course, a meeting and workshop for the cities and with information about this guide. And we were also answering questions if they had questions, any problems to count these indicators. We had a kind of a hot email line to answer these questions. And this climate-friendly city. That's another initiative which was launched in 2020, and one of the part of this initiative are competitions for cities where they can present best completed projects in some dedicated areas. In the past, that was in deconcreting the surfaces in the cities. There were already 3 competitions or cycles in the past years, and the best cities or chosen cities received climate-friendly city titles, statuettes of the ministry, and also financial prizes for courses, trainings, and studies for employees of the local government bodies. And there will be another edition this year. It's being prepared, and the rules for this competition are being prepared, and 2 areas that we will assess the projects will be water retention in the city and reclamation of post-mining areas. And cities will be competing in 2 categories, bigger cities and smaller cities. And after each competition, a good practice handbook is published. The 3 previous handbooks are published on the ministry's website, and they handbooks include short descriptions of the chosen projects awarded in the competition. And what are the opportunities for the cities for financing? Because as we heard from them, that's the biggest problem, where to find money from. So mostly it's there are European Union funds, or always also Norway grants, European Economic Area grants, and regional operational programs. And the first program is a national program for infrastructure, climate, and environment. And there is also a dedicated program to Eastern Poland, and activities for greening areas in the cities, and also for developing plans in the cities which don't have these plans yet. So the money for these activities have been allocated. And here there are some examples of good practices in Polish cities which have been undertook. So parking areas, flower meadows, some blue-green infrastructure, rain gardens, absorber basins, and destilling the surface. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. Oh, thank you. It was truly fascinating to hear ministry perspective on our national climate change adaptation, particularly how we can involve during the building urban resilience. And it was very fascinating. I think that this is a good example how we should think globally and act locally. So thank you very much. Now please join me in welcoming our next panelist, Mr. Torsten Nilsson from city of Stavanger. We are honored to have you here today with us, and we are looking for your experience. Here you are. Thank you.
Will you give me a signal when I have 5 minutes left of the presentation? Thank you. I'm coming from the city of Stavanger, southwestern part of Norway, and I will try and give you some examples how we work with these topics today. I've called my presentation A New Time, Need for New Thoughts, and it's divided into 2 parts. First, the new time that has happened, a new era, and then some examples of our use of modern technology. First, what we can call a strategic shock. The outbreak of pandemic and the Russian attack on Ukraine are 2 reminders that events can appear unlikely until they actually occur. Complex and surprising events that suddenly change the rules of the game in our strategic situation are often referred to as strategic shocks. Although it's impossible to predict exactly when and where such shocks will occur, they nevertheless often spring from trends that can be identified. And I think it's important to know those trends and do something about them. Other strategic shocks that can occur in the future could be, for example, that American alliance ties to Europe are falling away. It could be an unsuccessful transfer of power in Russia, or it could be a new major intervention outside Europe. Also, we need to face the word securitization, which is a new area that becomes a subject of security policy. For example, vaccines during a pandemic situation, Europe's need for gas from Norway, or burning the Quran, as the picture on the right side shows. Crisis situation nowadays force securitization when authorities see themselves obliged to extend their powers and adopt special legislation and reasons for security. An example from the migration crisis in 2015 and 16, these are migrants walking through Europe. This picture is from Sweden. We can't say that Europe was well prepared, either on national, regional, or local level. Again, a picture from the pandemic situation. We can't say that we were well enough prepared. We knew about it, we knew it could happen, but we weren't prepared. And now this is what we have faced over the last year. And I think we must all agree that we weren't good enough or well enough prepared for this situation. And in my situation from the city of Stavanger, which is also the capital of oil and gas in Norway, Europe's dependency on Norwegian gas or gas transport from Norway has put Norway in the center of a very tense situation. So in many ways we can say that security today is both multidimensional and gives us a complex threat image. There is no longer a sharp distinction between random incidents and irregular operations, between peace and war. And it's not clear who is possibly behind irregular operations like the blow-up of the Nord Stream 2 pipelines. And there's a short warning period before undoubted conflict. So we have both the physical dimension, the cognitive dimension, and the electronical dimension. This picture is from last year when Norwegian Home Guard forces were tasked to guard gas plants on the shoreside in Norway, which again is a new issue for us on the civilian side, where we have this military threat. We have the NATO 7 baseline requirements that each NATO member needs to be resilient to resist and recover from various kinds of events that can occur. So the concept of total defense is back again on the agenda. And on the local side, we need to prioritize. Should we use more time on the total defense concept, or should we continue working with climate change adaptation and things like that? So most of these 7 baseline requirements from NATO is also an issue from the local perspective. If we try to look from our side on the different threats on the socially critical functions, we can first look at the basic needs for the population and the society, and then we can look into the critical societal functions. And if we then add up the 7 baseline NATO's requirements, we can see that these in some ways fit quite well, I think. And again, if we then look up on the means from a threat actor, we see that most of these threats are not the military ones. And therefore, I think we are talking about going from backstage to the front line from the civil side of the society. Risk assessments, at least in Norway, we are mostly looking at the lower part of the crisis spectrum. And I think it's a need for us now to also look at major adverse events up to armed conflict. So we need to have that when we are doing risk assessments, for example. So what will be the next disaster? That is a major issue, of course. There are many different challenges, and we need to prioritize what to do. We can't cope all of it at the same time. we have limited resources. And for sure, risk is not given by the history. The black swan theory is quite good in such ways. The risk is about the future, what will happen tomorrow, and what will be the consequences. That we don't know, that is uncertainty, and that is how we look upon risk. We do our risk assessments at least every 4th year. Every municipality in Norway needs to do that. The directorate tasked us to do that. We did our last one in 2020, and we tried to draw a picture of the different 48 risk scenarios we have analyzed. This is a picture of the daily life in my city, and when we cut the power off, this is how it looks. This is a major problem, that everything is connected with everything, and we are not well enough prepared to scenarios like power loss scenario over many days or weeks. So how can we make risk assessments with this new era, with someone who will, with intention, do us harm? Then we need more tools in our toolbox, so to say. We can't use the traditional risk assessment methodology, so we have also adapted when we look into a method where we look at our assets, the different threats, and our vulnerability. This is an example what we did last year after the Russian invasion in Ukraine. We made a new report looking at the 48 different scenarios we have analyzed in 2020, and we spotted the gap between those and new challenges. So we came up with 10 new risk areas with scenario descriptions and a comprehensive to-do list of that. So my recognition is that the new situation we have now requires new thoughts. We need a common picture of the situation, and we need a common understanding of the situation. And we need far more knowledge about the different cooperative actors. And we need to know more what's the society's critical point in 2023 and the years to come. And for sure, we need new resources or more resources. Then over to how we use more modern technology. We have a lot of air-ride shelters, emergency shelters in Norway from the Cold War time. That is something that we have looked into, how to maintain them in a good way now, and how to train civil defense personnel to run shelters like this. The biggest shelters in the city of Stavanger is nearly up to a space for 6,000 people, and that is nearly like running a little village. So for some of the shelters, we have had a laser scanning, a 3D scanning. So civil defense personnel and city personnel, technical personnel, can now use VR goggles to walk into the room, so to say, and get them to know. We have a lot of cruise ships coming into the harbor of Stavanger. We could have like 3 big ships like this, each with 5,000 personnel on board at the same time. And in the case of an evacuation, it's important for us to know how a situation like that could be. So we have used drones during exercises to get a better picture overview how an evacuation situation could be used. If you in the background could run the video. This is another example how we use drone technology to monitor a traffic situation where also the technology can divide from small cars, medium cars, buses, larger vehicles. Also, if you run a little video clip there, this is using thermal technology, a guy walking there, which has shown to be very important in a situation with a big landslide outside Oslo in 2020, where both drones and helicopters were used in dark hours to monitor people. This is another example when we use drones during the big festivals during summertime. And we could have streaming video clips directly into the operation center, what's happening. Of course, the situation with tall ships races like this, it's important for us to know what's happening in the fjords outside the city of Stavanger. This is an example how we use data that other stakeholders own. This is data from insurance company with incidents due to climate issues, rain, wind, and things like that. So we can have spotted on a map like that the number of incidents and the number of payments from the insurance company. By that, we would also combine this data with our own data, and we could see where do we have the biggest problems in our city. Stavanger have a big number of wooden houses, more than 8,000 wooden houses in quite a small area. And a big fire like this is, of course, very not wanted. This picture is from Trondheim. So we've done a lot of risk mapping together with the fire brigade to find the places in the city center where we have the biggest risk of both a city fire, where a fire in one house could spread to another one, where we have flammable activity, and where we have access for fire trucks. And we also have used those GIS maps for testing of access both for ambulances and fire trucks. And we can make a map of the most vulnerable place in the city of Stavanger. In those areas, we have now got thermal cameras which have an observation 24/7 over this area. And that gives the fire brigade an early warning when there is a rise in temperature, something is happening. We also use, if you show a little video clip on that one, how we can use modern technology to give us an example how high sea level rise will infect the city. Of course, it will take many, many years before the sea level rise like this, so at some point we must stop the video. Also, we use this kind of simulation tools to show where we have will get problems in the a little bit more near future than what we saw in the last video clip. So we could also add on and using GIS mapping to show where the high sea level rise will infect, for example, critical infrastructure, and how waves in combination with that will also affect the situation. We use also laser scanning with our own drones to have a very accurate measurement on the seafront, and by that we can also get good measurements how to prevent situation with storm flooding, for example. This is a temporary barrier that has been brought in some years ago to stop sea water from entering buildings in the city center. This is an example outside Bergen with landslides, and we know that we needed to do something with that. So we made a simulation tool where we can add both the amount of rainwater and how that water will be collected in the area, and we could also add up at the same time the gradient, the slope, and by that the picture on the right side could show the areas where we could have a risk for landslides. This is some other examples how we use these tools where we also could add up the soil condition and the risk for landslides. Another example, air ride sirens. As many European countries, we also have an air ride siren system in Norway that was built in the 50s and the 60s, where people lived at that time. That's not necessarily where people live today. So we knew that in many areas we didn't have coverage. So we suggested for the civil defense that they could use the methodology for simulation of sound. And we came up with an idea where the necessary sound level is not reached in these areas where it's indicated with red color. And the civil defense have bought this system now, and it's possible to have a simulation where to put up the new sirens. Also using this on modeling gas leaks from either pipes or gas truck. And in real-time scenarios, news stories telling a situation outside the city of Stavanger, we could use that simulation tool also to warn the public. So we have a SMS warning system where we can, in one area, send a text message to everyone who has a switched on telephone. And we could also, in this area, have the number of different SIM card countries where people are from. We have two old dams from 1919 in the city of Stavanger. They are now getting very old, and we are afraid them to break. Things have changed over the years. So while we are planning to build new dams, we have put sensors on the weak spots outside the dams, and they could measure the amount of water there. So using this technology, we would have an early warning system if there is water entering outside the dam. So this slide concludes my presentation. The focus is preparing for tomorrow and beyond. It's a little bit how to eat an elephant. You need to take one part of the time, but we know what we can do. We need to know our assets, we need to know our weak spots, and we need to know the new threats. And we can, by that, build functional plans. We can cooperate broadly, we can exercise, and we can use new technology wisely. And not to forget, we must involve the public and the private sector as well. We have a long way to go still in the city of Stavanger. By step, I think we will reach the goal, and the goal is a resilient city of Stavanger. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a very comprehensive approach, and an example, excellent example, how to integrate GIS into assessing the losses of disasters, and much more about using new technology. We appreciate your valuable contribution to this panel. And, well, I'm looking forward to hear more in the future, especially in the context of new technology. So thank you very much. It was a great presentation. And now, please welcome our next panelist, Mrs. Katarzyna Szymczak-Pomianowska, who will present how Wrocław city is working on building resilience.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I'm the head of Sustainable Development Department in the municipality of Wrocław. I hope my presentation is visible for you. Oh, yes. Wrocław has always been an ambitious city, and has developed for residents, for investors, for business, for being metropolitan area attractive for everybody who would like to live in. And in fact, within 20-30 years, we became a really impressive place to live in. But since I would say for about 10 years, we have started thinking about our development in another way. We realized that we have to answer new challenges, new crisis that occurs. I mean, climate crisis. That's why the structure when I work Department of Sustainable Development was established to answer those challenges and to create responsible climate policy for our city. This is why Wrocław decided to join mission of climate neutral and smart cities. We decided to apply for this initiative of European Commission, and were chosen with other 100 European cities to build our climate neutrality in perspective of 2030 and to transform into center of experimentation and innovation, but also to be in the future a kind of benchmark for other European cities, because European Commission choose different cities on different level of on their way to become climate neutral, on their way to decarbonization, because other European cities will be able to choose proper benchmark for them to follow the path that we will create, that will show. This year will be crucial for our city, because we are supposed to create, to prepare climate city contract for all the stakeholders in the city. It's going to be a co-creative process, because this document will be from one side flexible and we will document, and this document will be not only for the mayor and its city officers, but for all the stakeholders in the city. That's why we have at the table business, utility companies, academic sector, third sector, to prepare the strategy of decarbonization in perspective of 2030, and to implement it in effective way. Of course, we have to identify the leverages and to address certain measures and actions for certain stakeholders, because what was calculated by the European Commission, only about 17% of investment costs of being climate neutral will be paid from public money, city, regional, national, or European. Never mind. The rest will be covered from private capital. That's why this is so much important to have all of the stakeholders at the table. So our being the mission is a kind of umbrella for our other of Wrocław activities. Another one is our presence in making cities resilience hub, is being a resilient hub. And let me show you the video about it.
Hello everyone, my name is Jakub Mazur and I'm Deputy Mayor of Wrocław City in Poland, the wonderful one. I'm very privileged and I'm honored to become appointed by United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction as a resilient hub. It is our honor to become resilient together with you, with your support. Special thanks to ICLEI, which is supporting us from the beginning of this journey. I must say that as a city, We are well experienced in becoming resilient. We started the modern history 25 years ago. We had big flood in 1997. It made us stronger, and today, during the COVID time, but also according to present situation and Russian aggression in Ukraine and migration to my city, we know how to proceed. We know what are the best practices we can provide to new inhabitants. At the same time, we are more than aware that becoming resilient as a city mission 2030 is a process that requires a lot of stakeholders and involvement of every actor. I'm very happy that we will share our experiences, but more curious and more happy to gain experiences from our partners, from you, our friends. We are delighted that we are entering the new journey of becoming resilient. Thank you very much.
Yes, so Making Cities Resilient Hub 2030 initiative gathers more than 1,300 local governments and 380 million people. So Wrocław is one of the 8 climate resilience hubs in Europe. And in fact, we concentrate on 2 fields. First of them was, as the deputy mayor said, our attitude, our actions towards war crisis, Ukrainian war crisis at the beginning of the previous year when we take care of almost 200,000 of Ukrainian refugees. We took care of them, we gave them accommodation, food, education system, and other utilities and services that they needed. Wrocław was also the city that organized so-called round table with over 120 experts from national and local governments, from many authorities, from the third sector or from academic sector, to discuss how to handle this situation, this risk. And the result, the product of this roundtable was so-called white paper with recommendation in many sectors like labor market, housing, education, and science, security, finance, and legislation. That document was handled to our president and prime minister as recommendation from all the stakeholders that have to handle this risk, this situation. And in fact, we succeeded because within a few weeks we have organized it in a perfect way, which was recognizable not only in Poland and Ukraine, but in all the Europe and the world. The second pillar of our of being in being that hub is building our resilience as a green and blue city, of building green and blue infrastructures based on nature-based solutions. We have many good examples and implementations of such solutions, which we want to share with other cities in the whole Europe. Another answering for new risks that we recognize and that we are ready to foresee is answering the lack of food in the future, the shortage of food in the future. That's why Wrocław joined Milan Urban Food Policy Pact. It was last year. We decided to join this pact and to develop our food policy. In fact, as soon as we joined this pact, we received a distinction also for our helping Ukrainian refugees. The category of this distinction was refugees in the food system of medium-sized city, but also for our programs and projects concerning food policy in Wrocław. We realize many initiatives, they are mentioned here, finance from Horizon Europe, but also we realize our own actions as campaign Wrocław Doesn't Waste, where we show our residents how not to waste the food and how to use it in a proper way, how to change and exchange, share goods, services, and things that we don't need that we can share with other people. But also we cooperate with business sector, with our gastronomy sector. There is a council of gastronomy by the mayor of Wrocław to cooperate with them to support local food producers, local food products to shorten the footprint of that branch and to implement in an effective way the policy from farm to fork. And this is also our focus in Green Deal Going Local initiative, for local Green Deal initiative of CLEI that we were invited to. And as I said, in this initiative, we concentrate on food and from farm to fork policy. As I said previously, another domain branch pillar that we concentrate and have very good examples of actions in Wrocław are nature-based solutions implemented especially in the city center, which is very difficult to implement new green areas, new green solutions, as this is a historic center, a historic heritage. So every time we have the shortage of space, administration procedures, and of course we have to cooperate with local authorities, but also with residents to show them how they can adapt their surroundings, their courtyards to the climate change, what are the benefits for them, for their health, for their life being. I think those pictures show it in a best way. On the left side, you can observe gray street when there is hardly any greenery. On the right side, the implementation of nature-based solutions. So that kind of implementations from gray to green we introduce in in the city center and try to replicate it in another places of our city. This is another example of courtyard that we changed into a small pocket, so-called pocket park. We also implemented here solutions for collective rainwater and solutions for creating biodiversity. So we developed that kind of realizations, quite easy to replicate, and this is our way of, and this is our approach in Wrocław that we want to share, being a hub of resilience. And last example is complementary project to the previous one. Life Cool City Wrocław, financed from Life financial instrument. And in this project, we would like to use the remote sensing to manage the blue and green infrastructure in our city. First of all, we want to make a diagnosis. What is the map of green and blue infrastructure in our city, and where we should implement it to reduce the effect of urban heat island, but also to be able to evaluate and calculate the value of natural habitats, because they are very important in the system of building green and blue city. But as the representative of the ministry said, this is very difficult to match the indicator and to calculate it, because unfortunately people understand it better when they know how worth it is. So this is our goal in this project, and we treat it as a system, as a complementary tool as well. We have more examples in Wrocław, but because of the shortage of time, I had to choose those examples. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So we had a very strong accent of UNDRR, UNDRR Making City Resilience Project. Your expertise in area of building a smart city, nature-based solutions, and life cool city has been invaluable to our panel, and I think that I should visit Wrocław more often. So thank you very much for your presentation, and now please give me a warm welcome to our panelist from University of Agriculture in Krakow, Mr. Jacek Florek, and who will present a science point of view. Mr. Florek, the floor is yours.
Good day, everyone. Let me broadcast. Okay, and let me start with...
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Thank you very much for the confirmation. What I wanted to present is the project and an aspect of the result of this project that were achieved on the framework with the main topic of large Polish river, which is Vistula. The project name was Management of Protected Areas Nature 2000 under flood conditions, an example of Małopolska Przełom Wisły. This is the plan of my presentation. What I want to tell you, what was the base for providing basic information for starting this project was the idea that at the beginning of this century, European policy first time acknowledged by some documents that climate is really changing, or at least intensity of risk elements increases in number, scale, dimension, and location. That was the first time, and because of that, when European policy changed, it started to work towards the managing this problem. And what was the one of the aspects that perhaps should interest us as scientists that work in certain field, like perhaps in the river? Anything that will happen to this place goes under two laws: protection of environment and flood protection. Those two laws act parallel, but they, at some levels, exclude each other, leading to the situation where in the money from 2017, it could lead Poland to 36 million fine once and 600 euro daily multiplied by deprivation factor, which is completely free for European Union Commission.
Excuse me, could you change a slide, please?
Yes. Please.
Or maybe this is the first
This was the second one. And we were prompted by a situation in Sandomierz when the area was flooded. And this was one of the largest floods in the years 2000 in Poland. There was loss of life and loss of material. And there was also the question, environmental people. And we started to form cooperation between biologists, chemists, and people occupied with hydraulics of law. And we started to ask ourselves the question, what creates the flood? What kind of species are protected? And what kind of protective measures should be taken? What are the species that should be protected in this area, where they nest, what they prey, what kind of protection of fish can be found, basically what kind of animals and what are the limits of their existence in this field. Where are the nests? Nests are mostly located in the niche channel forms, because Vistula is a river that at this location should have fully formed islands, but since it was regulated, river trained practically, it doesn't have this fully widened and braided cross section, and so niche channel bars, niche channel forms are the place where they can nest. But the question is where they nest successfully and how. Our stretch was 52 kilometers, 400 meters long. We have tried to establish riverbed configuration, water level, discharges, that water velocity, granulometric composition. I'm talking now about my own measurement. On this stretch, we had two larger islands, Kępa Chałowska and Opoka Duża. Kępa Chałowska is, in a period of last 200 years, occasionally joined to the land, while Opoka Duża was always established like a full-fledged island. Our measurement, it was hydraulic, geometry, positioning of water level surface, while biologists tried, from the point of view of geometry, try to establish the coastline of the island, while they change how they change. Neglecting geometry, we tried to help them, and cooperation started on the basis of this exchange of information. Biologists took interest with where the birds fly, how far, what's the propagation, how many signals in particular parts of the day will be received. And they found out that from the most successive island, Opoka Duża, Opoka Wielka, the terns fly upstream, mostly upstream. Why not downstream? Because it's a so-called Małopolski przełom Wisły. That means Wisła is breaking through the range of small hills, and one of those pairs of hills comes right after this island. So there is practically less and less of morphology built up on a river. Therefore, birds need to fly. Where can they forage for prey? So they fly upstream. In a period of our measurements, the 3 potential locations of nesting were found, 2 islands and perhaps something upstream from the city of Sandomierz. Also, ichthyofauna were located, measured, and noted. There were 3 different methods of trying to establish the results of ecological experiment. It was electrofishing, it was dyenet and trammel net. All the fishes were, according to ethics of this type of measurement, put back alive to the river. Okay, as for the river of this size, I mean, the Wisła is the largest river in Poland, you can expect good or very good condition if you go to establish the fisheries life. And our ecologists established second class. Second class is not superb, but it's quite good. And in the vicinity of those 2 islands that we found, a stable one, this parameter is almost the highest. So birds need to have an island, stable, disconnected from the land, surrounded by very good viability of fish, large build-up morphology, and perhaps some other things. Other things is an impact on an island by the channel and by the flow. So transport of material, that load material, and also the hydrology, the dynamic of the flow. Because when we take into consideration the impact of, for example, an island of the flow capacity of cross-section, it turns out it is negligible. It perfectly fits into the just few percent of flow capacity, which is only few centimeters of difference in water height for the flow of 100 years probability. So that channel forms, mid-channel bars, small islands, doesn't really make anything wrong to the flow capacity, so they not impact directly or indirectly flood risk. And we tried also to find out what other elements could perhaps lead to extreme risk situation while flooding, perhaps a number of forested places on the floodplain. But then there is a question, which trees should be in our field of interest? What could be maintained? Practically means felling of the trees that were. From the plant classification, we can say that we have 3 general aspects. Plant can be high, can be middle, and that means low, middle, or high. Any plant at certain flow can be one of those 3. If it's high, then obviously it has large impact, and it depends on the structure of the plant. If it's middle, then it has some impact, and then with the velocity of flow forces act on the plant, and plant starts to bow, and when it's bowing down, then the roughness coefficient drops radically down. So plant is only temporarily an obstacle, then it became something less than obstacle, and then the roughness coefficient of certain plants became smaller and smaller. We tried to establish the active zone size inside of embankment, and we found out that it's not regular. There are extremes, and you have to understand that embankment is projected on the rivers like Vistula with 1 meter spare denudation for water surface. So when 100-year flood comes, you should have embankment 1 meter higher than the highest water level. So why the Sandomierz was flooded? Why people should feel endangered? Because of volatility of the flow and situation in the river. So perhaps there is some conflict between nature and need of flood risk mitigation. We found that this zone in the green color on this slide, which represents active flow zone, where the velocities of water are higher, where the large portion of flow is really going through, and it's it's covering itself with the zone in the color purple here, giving these red surfaces of conflict. So if you should think about cutting down the trees, not everything should be cut down, but perhaps only those surfaces in conflict. They are, of course, differently distributed, not everywhere appear. Not all places are in question. And also the propagation of the surfaces. You can have two different situations with the same surfaces of plants, different spatial distribution, and you will have completely different outcomes. Under certain situation, you will have stronger effects of plants that are congested in one area, while you will also have stronger situation when they are not congested. We try to establish different forms of these processes.
Excuse me, I would like to remind that the time is running out.
Okay, I will try to go forward faster. We try to establish the situation in a channel, what kind of type of flow we have. And we asked local population what would they like to have. And there is this duality. When you ask a question about environment protection, the answer is yes, there are protected species of birds and animals that needs to be under the supervision. But on the question, does the nature of the river require protection? The answer is no. So, and then another question about flood protection. What kind of actions could be taken? And the list was very long. We had to group it. We grouped this into 9 positions. First position was nothing should be done, so we leave environment itself. And the rest was actually a list of statements of rigid, like technical regulation of the river. There were things
Mr. Florek, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for reminding me. And so these open questions gave the results that only 9% of people think that no further flood protection is needed, and 91% wanted actually fully fledged maintain cross-section there. The answers were build more bridges, build more river bank fence, build more banks, higher, top them, and so on. When we look from different perspectives on the rivers, these are pictures from old paintings, and there are plenty of them. You can mostly see them in cities. You have regulated rivers, but outside of the cities, the first embankment giving access to floodplain was very, very low. Actually, any kayak flow was capable to flooding. These types of situation goes north in a 2023 in a Vistula. These are pictures of Vistula that we have taken last week, going from Niepołomice, 200 kilometers along the Vistula River toward the Sandomierz and then to the Słupia Nadbrzeżna. As you can see, the embanks close to Niepołomice, this is also relatively close to Kraków, are 5 or 6 meters at the higher stage of water surface over the surface of the water, 5-6 meters. And when you travel the first 100 kilometers, it goes down to like perhaps 2 meters. Only close to the Małopolski Przełęcz, you can expect these banks to go down perhaps to 1 meter. I would say only about 10 kilometers of both banks, so 400 kilometers of both banks, perhaps 10, 15 kilometers have really direct contact with low water stage. That's the situation, and that's the scientific political decision of local communities what to do. Do we want to get money in the future from nature, from tourists, from other activities, or from classical industrial development that we have up to this point?
Thank you, Mr. Florek. The time is...
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm hydrologs after environmental protection, so for me it was very, very interesting. And I think that it was a point of view, taking scientists' point of view, taking into account the biodiversity. And I think that this is very important to take into account this aspect in flood protection. So thank you very much, and now we will move to two other next panelists. So I would like to invite on the stage our panelist and our guest from Global Water Partnership, Central and Eastern Europe, Konstantin Ivanov. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I hope we can have my presentation. So this morning we've been discussing the opportunities for local level. We've heard lots of stories from the municipalities which were really inspiring. And definitely hearing the story about restoration of habitats is also quite important, because these things are actually going hand by hand. So a few words about GWP, Global Water Partnership, Central and Eastern Europe. We are part of a global network of 3,000 partners. We are an organization which was established more than 25 years ago by the World Bank and UNDP with the support of 7 governments and the Swedish International Development Agency. And our main points is to work for sustainable water management. And as you can see on this slide, this is happening through different ways, working on the SDGs, especially those related to water solutions, working on climate resilience through water, because maybe many of you don't know, but water actually became part of the climate debate just a few years ago, even though definitely water is quite important for how we adapt and mitigate climate changes. And third but not least, it's transboundary water cooperation. And this is intersected with our work with youth on gender issues in the water sector and gender equality, and also engaging with the private sector. So in this region, we have almost 200 partners, and they are covering 11 countries in the region, including also Poland. And basically, according to our statutes, our most important task is to engage with the relevant stakeholders in water management, so that everybody has their say in how the water should be managed, whether it is a river basin or whether it is usage of water on a smaller scale. And as an organization, we also provide a safe space for discussions. And as I mentioned, we have almost 200 partners in this part of the world. which is one of the 13 regions of GWP, and these partners are governmental agencies, NGOs, academia, universities, and of course consultancy companies. And in respect to the Danube region strategy, we are quite concerned about restoring and maintaining the quality of waters, environmental risks management, improving inland waterways, and preserving biodiversity. What is quite important, this has already been mentioned a few times in the past 3 days, nature-based solutions. They have been around for quite a while. They have become quite popular lately, but especially in water management, they are quite an important source how we can actually tackle our way to get working on with managing different risks, especially from the water management perspective. And GWPO on global level have created a special toolbox, which is a depository of different cases from water management from around the world, where actually different organizations can include their own cases where they had a specific issue, they found a solution, and they are ready to actually share the results of it. And as part of this toolbox, this case study platform, we have a special community of practice on nature-based solutions in water management, which means that if you're interested to join the debate, you can actually do this at any moment. You can register very easily. You see the website, gwptoolbox.org. And this specific community of practice is a platform which currently has more than 80 participants. Many of them are from the academia, but also from different government agencies and NGOs, and they discuss a different, huge variety of issues connected to nature-based solutions, which is actually used for how we tackle the problems with floods and droughts, how we work in urban areas, which is probably very important for the people in this room, and also how we tackle sustainable sanitation and water reuse, also quite a serious debate right now, also on EU level. And if you join this community of practice, you'll be engaged on a variety of levels because there are regular focus group meetings, surveys, interviews, and webinars where you can actually share your thoughts, your experiences, but also gain experiences from others, and you can also ask questions to them. The first online workshop actually of this community of practice was in December last year, but it is getting quite strong at this moment. Now I'm going to briefly come through some of the projects that we have been involved in, which are quite relevant to the topic of innovation in disaster management. The Danube floodplain project, it was already mentioned earlier in this conference because we have included it in the GIS report, which the conference organizers have kindly asked us to provide information on. This is a project about reducing the flood risk through floodplain restoration along the Danube River and its tributaries. Unfortunately, Poland is not part of the Danube River Basin, but still the main outputs of this project are quite important because they actually managed to provide a manual about the restoration and preservation of the floodplain and also strategic guidance of floodplain management, which is actually quite important if we want to tackle problems like droughts and floods and other water management issues on a river basin level. And I'm sure that the GIS that was produced as part of this project, a special database which stores all the results, will be quite interesting for you if you would like to take a look at. This was an Interreg project which involved a lot of partners. GWPC was just one of them. And the lead partner was Romanian Waters, the national administration, and you're very welcome to check out the results of the project in the GIS. Also a project in which we're involved right now together with 20 other partners from 15 countries is the Obtain project, which is about strategies to retain and reuse water and nutrients. And this is actually quite an interesting innovation project. It involves how we could identify efficient and easy to implement techniques for water retention and water reuse, but also for nutrients in small agricultural settlements in different regions, boreal, continental, and Pannonian. And the idea is to optimize the spatial allocation and combination of natural small water retention measures, which are based on environmental and economic sustainability indicators. And as part of this project, which is going to run until 2025, we have also a summer school for young water professionals, which is taking place in early July, where they could actually be working with the project partners, the representatives from project partners, in order to gain additional knowledge on strategies for retaining and reusage of water and nutrients. Another project, unfortunately not again connected directly with Poland, but still in the Danube River Basin, which is one of the biggest river basins in our continent. This is the Danube for All, which is about restoring the waters for ecosystem and people from mountains to coast. This is a project that actually started earlier this year. It has 25 different partners, and it will develop a special restoration action plan for the Danube River Basin, which will be co-created to the different stakeholders, integrating also the citizens' perspectives and ideas. And it is going, of course, to promote the ecological status, the biodiversity and ecosystem connectivity and development using the win-win nature-based solutions. So in the end of this whole project, which will also include quite a lot of GIS, but not at this stage because it's too early, it's going to run until 2027, we'll have basically quite a good status of the free-flowing capacity of the Danube and its tributaries, of the flood and drought risk reduction, and also of the enhancement of sediment and biota continuity. So also quite interesting for you if you just Google Danube for All, and you could see already the first results from the plans of the partners with this project. And another project which actually started not that long ago, in the end of last year, this is the Human Tech Nexus, or the project called HUT. This is again a Horizon project about innovation, of course, and it is about building a safe haven to cope with climate extremes. GWPC is one of the 25 partners in this project, and is going to be implemented until 2026. But the idea is to create innovative disaster risk reduction solutions in demonstrator sites. We have around 15 of them all over Europe. And they will take into account climate change, and also they will have a transdisciplinary approach on different hazards: meteorological, hydrological, agricultural droughts, and also including associated water shortage, but of course heat waves and fluvial and pluvial floods. So yet again another opportunity for you to check this out if you're interested. And last but not least, how actually to act on local level from the water management perspective. So there are many different approaches that we can take in this, and of course one of these is the non-structural measures, including interventions in capacity building and focus on governments, management measures, and institutional development, for which a conference like this is quite important, gathering around 100 stakeholders discussing all these topics. Then, of course, green infrastructure. This has been also quite popular name for a while, but basically this is the future. And of course, we should not forget to focus on the most vulnerable members of our society, because we usually think that these things are happening on the level of local government or national government, but basically all this is being done because of the people, and we should take care of the most vulnerable people. And it is also important to strengthen the evidence base for the economic argument, to shift it from response to preparedness and risk reduction. Especially with the topic of droughts, it is quite typical that whenever there is a drought, and in this region, Central and Eastern Europe, many countries have been affected by drought for the past 3-4 years. Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, maybe not so much about Poland. But what is happening is that governments are really concerned when the drought is there, and then suddenly, when the rains suddenly come back, everybody forgets about this problem, and nothing is really being done until the next drought comes back. And this is going to be quite a serious issue in our region, in the Central and Eastern European region, because all the models show that our climate is going to be drier and much more extreme. So actually we have to start preparing already now for serious droughts followed by serious floods. And of course, acting on local level, the principles call for the shift of the ratio for disaster risk reduction and for emergency response from the current 10 to 19 to 90 to 10%. This should be reconsidered. Also climate change and drought management, how to prepare for extremes, for changing city water cycles, for storm water management. And of course, the integrity and transparency in the management of funds, because you know whenever you have a serious situation, a lot of funds are suddenly being gathered from different sources, and then we have to be very careful that actually these funds are being spent in the most transparent and effective way. With all this, I would like to thank you, and I'm open for your questions.
Thank you so much, Konstantin. I'd like to add that I represented of the Polish Global Water Partnership, so it was very informative to see the holistic approach in this topic. I would like to invite our last panelist from Belfast. We are curious what Belfast is doing in terms of building resilience. So I would like to invite Mr. Richard McLernon. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll just share my screen. Yeah. Hopefully you can see that okay. Okay, hopefully you can see that presentation okay, and let me know as I move through this if it's working okay. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak at the conference today. I know this will be a short presentation about what we're doing in Belfast, but we're interested to learn from other cities and countries, and if there's opportunities for follow-up beyond this, very happy to speak to people and potentially work together. So I'm going to talk similarly to some of the other cities who spoke earlier. We've been through a process over the last 5 or 6 years looking at becoming...
Could you change the slides on this presentation in this view? Because we don't see
can you see the speaker view,
PowerPoint presentation, but like in the Word, normal, now we see normal PowerPoint view. So you can change the slide normally.
All right, hang on a second.
Okay, now we see.
But I need to make that full screen. What can you see now at the moment? You can see all the slides at the side of the screen as well.
Yes, exactly.
Yes,
right.
Perfect.
And now, is that okay?
Yes,
okay?
now it is okay. We see the full screen. Please continue.
Okay, great. Yeah, so as I was saying, I'll talk quickly about the process that we've been through over the last 5 or 6 years. I work in the climate unit in Belfast City Council, so we're responsible. We were previously called the resilience unit, and then over the last 2 years, we've become more focused on addressing climate issues, but we still have responsibility for a wider resilience framework in the city. Belfast, for anybody who doesn't know it, Belfast is a city of about 350,000 people, capital city of Northern Ireland. You're probably familiar with some of the histories of Northern Ireland and Belfast, but I'm not going to really go into that at all. It's a merchant. We're a port town, so we're beside the sea. We're on low-lying ground that's been reclaimed from Belfast Lough. So there are risks from climate change, obviously, that affect the city. I'll talk a bit about that. In terms of the resilience process, we've been through. We used a framework which was developed by the Resilient Cities Network, and we're still a partner within the Resilient Cities Network. So it's been a really helpful process for us in terms of identifying all of the risks affecting the city and then trying to prioritize those. So there have been some notable sort of events over the last number of years which have influenced the coordination of resilience in the city. I'm not going to talk to those too much, but we identified a number of shocks and stresses, so things that had a short, sharp impact on the city. You can see there, like obviously the pandemic, the UK's exit from Europe had an impact on the city, flooding and extreme weather events, and then stresses which are more long-term underlying events. So looking at economic recovery, economics and housing supply in the city, and health and poverty and those kind of issues. So we tried to develop a framework which looked at all of those things. We've put in place structures in the city, so we've tried to embed all of this in the governance arrangements. There's a city strategy called the Belfast Agenda, which you can see at the top of the screen there, and we've placed a resilience strategy and our climate program within that strategy. So it's part of the Belfast plan and process. There's two structures in the city which look at climate change and resilience. One is one is within the community plan and partnership, and then we also have a Belfast Climate Commission, which acts as an advisory and learning structure, which helps us in terms of our delivery. So they would carry out pieces of research, and they've done pieces of work like analysing the emissions in the city, and some work with young people in the city, understanding their perceptions around climate change. We've identified three main problem solvers. So climate adaptation mitigation is the one I'm going to sort of focus on today. Also talked about the involvement of young people in the design of the city, and then how we can become a more connected net zero economy in Belfast. I'm not going to go through all those things. In the city we've adopted, as I mentioned, we've got new structures in place. We've done some analysis work around the emissions. We've done a climate risk assessment, which is basically looking at what are the big impacts for Belfast, and it identified flooding and heat as the two big risks in the future. The emissions piece of work has identified buildings and transport as the two big sources of emissions in the city. So those are the areas that we're kind of focusing our program on, probably very similar to many cities around the world. And we've set targets for the city. So probably not as ambitious as some places in the world. We're to be net zero by 2050. We've really just done that because we started in this process about 5 years ago, and we're trying to be realistic about what we can achieve. So I know some cities have set a target of 2030, for example, and we did look at that, through the European missions and so on, but we just felt it wasn't realistic for us at the stage that we're at. So we have some interim targets, and we've got a target of planting 1 million trees in the city by 2035. We've joined the CDP framework, a carbon disclosure project framework, in the last 2 years, and in the first year being part, we got a B, and last year, 2022, we got an A rating. And I think we were very pleased with that, but it really just says that we have good foundations and good structures and a lot of initiatives that have started, but there's a huge amount more to do. It doesn't mean that we're anywhere near reaching our goals just yet. So I mentioned, like, the big challenge for us is flooding. So it's sea level rise and surface water flooding. And you can see from this image that there's the main area that would be impacted is actually in Belfast city centre. So there's a big economic sort of focus in terms of the risks affecting the city. And there's a lot of work going on at the moment to try to put tidal flood defences in place in the city. And also there's a Living with Water programme, which is looking at the use of sustainable urban drainage and how people use water in the city. So we're trying to work with all these different initiatives as part of an overarching process to address climate change.
Sorry, Richard.
Yes.
We couldn't see still your presentation. Maybe I will present your presentation, and you will say the next slide, please, after that. If it's okay for you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Have you not seen any of those slides? No?
Yes, no.
Oh, okay. Are you sharing the slides now? Sorry. Yeah, so that's the slide I was talking to just now. So I mean, yeah, so flooding is one of the big risks for Belfast. If you go on to the next, slide, so you can see. Okay.
Here?
Yes. Yeah, so we can start there. Yeah, so flooding is one of the big risks, but also heat that I mentioned. So there's also been a piece of work with the Met Office in the UK, which looked at developing a heat map for Belfast, and you can see there that they've done some analysis, looked at various categories, and created a map which identifies the areas most at risk from heat in the city. So it's a really useful tool for us in terms of identifying where we need to focus our attention in the future. And we've also identified, obviously we don't have a huge issue with urban heat at the moment, but we're trying to identify where we can introduce more green infrastructure into the city for multiple benefits, and I'll come back to that. But this is a really useful in terms of for us to understand what are the characteristics of the city and where we need to do more work. If you go to the next slide, please. In Belfast city centre, there's a lack of green space, so we're trying to create initiatives which introduce more green infrastructure. There's a new Grey to Green project, and we ourselves manage Belfast Million Trees initiative, which I'll talk about more. So if you go to the next slide, please. And then there's issues as well with congestion in the city and the dominance of cars within the city. So that's another piece of work that we're trying to do, looking at promoting active and sustainable travel, and also the transition to electric vehicles. We're doing a lot of work on that at the moment. So hopefully these will address some of those issues. If you go to the next slide, please. Yes, and something we're very mindful of is the idea of the just transition and the impact on deprived communities who are most vulnerable. That we need to involve those people in those areas in the work that we're doing. So it's not all focused. There's a tendency sometimes to focus very much on the developing economic development and focused on the city centre and those kind of things. So we need to be very mindful of involving communities as we go through this process. If you could move to the next slide, please. If you go to the next slide, please. So this is just touching on the Belfast Tidal Flood Defence Scheme. So you can see there's a big investment of 22 million, which is led by one of our government departments working alongside city institutions who are going to install flood defences along the River Lagan, which runs through the city, starting down at the harbour, the port area. And you can see there the cost benefits have been calculated at 8 to 1 and avoided damage potential at 168 million pounds. So if you go to the next slide, please. That's just an example of some of the seawall, river wall defences that are going to be put in place over the next few years. If you go to the next slide, please. Yes, in terms of the tree planting initiative that I mentioned, again, probably very similar to many cities and countries around the world. We're trying to increase the tree planting and tree cover in the city. We've formed a city partnership which is doing that work over the last 3 years, called Belfast 1 Million Trees, and we've undertaken an analysis of the existing tree cover called the Belfast iTree Eco Report, which sets out the benefits of the existing tree cover. So whether it's carbon storage and sequestration, increased biodiversity, reduced urban heat effects, helping with reducing flooding from avoided water runoff, and then also like just thinking about people's mental and physical health. So the more trees and green space that we have, the better quality of life our citizens will have. If you go to the next slide, please. And if you go to the next slide, please. So I'm not going to go into all these benefits. I'm sure you're aware of those. I'll go to the next slide, please. And then we have another initiative called Upsurge, which is funded through Horizon. It's actually funded through Horizon 2020, and we're a partner with a number of other cities and countries around Europe. So we're looking at using some of Belfast City Council's land to introduce nature-based solutions, to explore the soil improvement and how we can increase carbon capture in some of our soil and through nature-based solutions. It's a test over the next. It's a pilot project over the next 2 years, but we're hoping that this will inform how we develop some of our other parks in the city and other unused vacant spaces in the city. And it's been a really good opportunity to engage with a lot of local stakeholders and communities in the area to talk about how we can redesign a green space in the city, so it's of benefit to local communities, but also providing a service in terms of reduced flooding and carbon capture. If you go to the next slide, please. This is just some of the images from the workshops that we held, so people are given their ideas about what potentially could be used on the site. And if you go to the next slide, please. If you go to the next slide, please. You can see there some of the initial designs for the site, which includes like nature walks, an agroecology community garden, ideas like there's going to be research plots, which we're working with the local university, Queen's University in Belfast, to install those, implementing increased growing spaces, looking at urban farming, ideas about play. The space was used a lot at the moment by dog walkers, so trying to incorporate space for those people who use the site already, putting in some sustainable urban drainage features. Basically, basically using one site as a demonstrator for the rest of the city to say this is how things could be and what we could do in the city. If you go to the next slide, please. If you go to the next slide, please. So some of the analysis that I mentioned, was done around the city's emissions. This is a slide that sets out a summary of those. So you can see some of the targets that have been set have been derived from this analysis, the 66% by 2025, 80% by 2030, and 100% by 2050. This piece of work was done through a network that we're part of in the UK called Place-Based Climate Action Network, and they used a methodology called the Mini Stern to analyze the emissions in the city. It's pinpointed, as I said, buildings and transport as the two biggest sources for us. So we've developed a retrofit. We're developing a retrofit program at the moment, and we've set up a retrofit hub, which is looking at domestic, commercial, and public buildings. And we've also put in place an electric vehicle strategy, which is just in the final stages at the moment. So trying to increase the electric vehicle infrastructure in the city. And obviously working through all of the partnerships that we have in the city to try to implement these things. And somebody mentioned earlier that one of the challenges that I think some of the Polish cities are facing is around finance. And we're in exactly the same place because, and in particular in Northern Ireland, it's more challenging because you might be aware that the local devolved assembly in Northern Ireland isn't in place at the moment. So there's a gap in terms of the governance and the policy arrangements in Northern Ireland. And we at the moment, a lot of the work that we do is reliant on grant funding or money from Belfast City Council. And we're also looking at exploring how do we lever in private finance and investment into some of the initiatives in the city. So those are some of the things that we're working on at the moment. I think that's possibly the last slide if you go. Well, so those are the kind of carbon reduction options that the analysis. So you can see there the retrofit measures and transport measures are really the top 10 sort of measures for carbon reduction. So that's the end of my slideshow. Apologies for those first few slides not being visible, but very happy to follow up and talk to anybody about all of this. And thank you for the invite again today.
Thank you so much for your very important voice, impressive actions, and important accent also of involving the citizens. So thank you so much for your all presentations. We don't have any time to discuss, but now it's a break for coffee. So let's use this time to discuss, but remember also about the checkout time before 11. So we have 15 minutes break. Thank you so much.
please start. We'll be having something like 7 minutes presentations and then continue with the discussion. Floor is yours.
Thank you. If I can have the presentation up. Cool. So I think I don't need to repeat this bit, but just to emphasize in case anyone missed it, I'm from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and we are about helping improve policies so that those policies can deliver better outcomes for the people that we serve. And before I go into the meat of the presentation, just to highlight that we've talked a lot about thinking globally and acting locally. And one of the strengths of the OECD is that we really have a global reach, and we bring perspectives from like-minded countries from all over the globe, from the Americas all the way to Asia. And through mechanisms like the High-Level Risk Forum that Beata mentioned on the first day, is that better? Thank you. We try to make sure that that improvement of policies is grounded in sound evidence, and that's the key method that we approach. And the idea is that the evidence is both open, accessible, and usable. And having effective cooperation between science, academia, and the private sector, and those making policies and implementing policies is an essential component of that sort of evidence-informed policymaking to deliver better lives. Now, I mentioned on the first day the OECD recommendation of the Council on the governance of critical risks. And we were talking about, through the last few days, how a whole of society, whole of government, but more importantly, multi-hazard, multi-perspective approach to the governance of risk is really important to help us deliver the resilient societies that we want to be living in the future. And now as well, because it's not just preparing for the future, is the challenge that we're all facing is that we have to be thinking about the future, but also dealing with the now. And how do we deliver more resilient societies now and in the future? And part of this space for cooperation that we provide in the OECD in the High-Level Risk Forum, which has been going on for over 12 years now, is creating that platform for exchange. And what I haven't mentioned is the High-Level Risk Forum not only brings together international organizations, member countries, in exchanging views and ideas about challenges, but we also have members from academia and members from the private sector present in the forum, and we have a long-standing tradition of cooperation with academia and the private sector. And every single forum that we've had since 2011 has had key thinkers from academia and the private sector involved in the discussion with policymakers so that we can foster that sharing of expertise, sharing of challenges, but also sharing of the opportunities on how to collaborate in addressing those challenges. Now, there's a few things that I'm going to share with you about specific instances of cooperation with science and the private sector in improving policymaking. One instance is the development of our Good Governance for Critical Infrastructure Resilience policy toolkit. And by the sound of it, it sounds like it would be something very much in the camp of government officials and those entities responsible for the resilience of critical infrastructure. But most of our countries, and definitely true for those who are members of the OECD, critical infrastructure is not the sole domain of the state. And in most of your countries, you will have a mix of critical infrastructures delivered by private sector, by public-private partnerships where perhaps a municipality has partnered with a company to deliver utility services to a local population. But even at the national level, we have joint ventures. We were hearing yesterday and the day before about some of those joint ventures. And the idea that critical infrastructure is not only not the sole domain of the state, but also resilience of essential services cannot be delivered only through state action, is at the center of our work on critical infrastructure. And the toolkit that we developed, which involved infrastructure operators, involved academia, and involved policymakers from across the OECD, includes that perspective of kind of how do you develop a system that recognizes that whole of society activity is at the center of addressing the challenges of resilience of infrastructure. The other thing that we do is we take a close look at how policies have been implemented. And last year we were looking very closely in a sort of multi-dimension analysis of the Luxembourg response to the COVID pandemic. This year, we're looking at the Belgium response for the COVID pandemic. This is an analysis that's just started. And whilst these two analyses have been commissioned by the center of government, so the government of each one of these countries, the analysis has included looking at how the whole of society has been involved in delivering the pandemic response. For instance, when we were looking at the Luxembourg response, what were the mechanisms for incorporating scientific advice into the response to the COVID pandemic? How did those mechanisms come into being? What was the effectiveness of that mechanism? How did that mechanism of science advice shape policies in the height of that pandemic? And with the Belgium response, we're doing exactly the same. And then on the first day, I gave you a glimpse of sort of this work on emerging risk, which we're very proud has also been the fruit of public-private, scientific, and policymaking cooperation. And in fact, one of our partners who delivered the tool that we used for a lot of the work on the emerging risk brainstorm is here in the room, and we'll address you later, Mickey from Inclus. So you'll hear a bit more about what they do soon. But I think that the message here is that not only do we talk about whole of society resilience and whole of society activity to deliver improved outcomes for our people in terms of resilience, we, as we say in English, we walk the talk. So we do what we preach. So when we say that it's important to involve science and academia in delivering better policies for better outcomes, we are actually involving science and academia in thinking about how we do our own work. Now, just to drill a bit deeper into the emerging risks, because I think it's one of the areas where we've done a lot of cooperation in this space, but there's many opportunities for more cooperation. And when we say emerging risks, we're not only talking about the new, we're talking about the new and the unfamiliar. Because sometimes the unfamiliar is a risk that is well known, but that is presenting itself in a new way or in a new context or with new challenges that we were not expecting. And COVID is a perfect example of pandemics are not a new risk. Anyone that is brave enough to tell me that pandemics are not a new risk are in for a treat. I will tell them off and give them a lecture on how it's not a new risk. What is new is the context in which that last pandemic that we experienced happened and how those impacts were addressed and how those impacts created systemic challenges for all our societies. That's the new element. It's the unfamiliar. It's the thing that goes beyond what we were ready to respond with. It's not that a pandemic is a new risk, but as such, it was an emerging risk because it created emerging challenges. And that's kind of what we're talking about here. But there's also whole new risks. There are risks that we have never experienced in the past. The risk of mass misdiagnosis because of the use of artificial intelligence-assisted medical diagnostics in remote communities. That is something that we have never seen in the past. where we suddenly have a large portion of the population that are getting the wrong diagnosis because we're using new technologies that are not delivering the right information. So that's just one example of an emerging risk. It's not something that's completely new because it's a new technology that is implementing currently, or it's starting to be implemented. Now, there are certain things that we already know very well about these new risks, right? Or these emerging risks. And there are some trends that are very well understood. The fact that climate change is going to change the way our natural hazards manifest themselves and how society's challenges manifest themselves. I don't think anyone can say that is unknown. It is very well understood. It's kind of harder to predict. More impactful natural hazards is here with us already, and it's going to be with us for a while. That technological advances are going to make familiar risk manifest in very different ways is also well known. That geopolitical shifts are changing the way we're having to address these risks, and that there's an increased potential for sort of within Europe, but also global impacts in the longer term. These are all trends that are well understood. But what we tried to do when we were looking at this initially was, let's gather all of the kind of key players from OECD member countries that are thinking in this space and trying to design policies for dealing with emerging risks in a workshop. And it was a kind of couple of days workshop. And we were looking at three main challenges or broad themes of challenges. One was genetically engineered pathogens. And it was recognized that this is one of the areas where technology is moving incredibly rapidly. And we need to find out ways of developing the capabilities to deal with that pace of change. Advanced artificial intelligence that could even end up being weaponized. And here, to give you an example, we were doing an exercise as part of the workshop of a cyber attack that is assisted by AI affecting critical infrastructure transport operators. So that's the kind of stuff that we're talking about. And then climate change as a driver for other challenges. And then after the workshop, we decided that the next space that we wanted to do was really dig deeper into what were the capabilities available. But to do that, we needed to understand what was already in the radar of the country. So we did a brainstorm. It was an online brainstorm using the tool that I mentioned before. And I gave you a little hint of these key findings before in my presentation a couple of days back. But I think what we now have as a result of the brainstorm is we have a course charted. So we know what we don't know, which is a huge win in this space, right? But we also know what we know. So I think there's a big space now to address those gaps in knowledge and boost the strengths in our analysis. But I think one of the things that requires the largest amount of work is developing a framework for capabilities for dealing with the risks that we know are coming, and for developing those flexible capabilities for dealing with the risks that will surprise us. Because, and I hope I'm not surprising anyone by saying this, we will have new risks that will surprise us. Even if we are very well at understanding what's coming, there will be things that will happen that are not in our radar. And I think with this, I will conclude my intervention. There's three concrete opportunities for collaboration, and I think I open this for anyone that's interested in the room, or if you know of anyone that knows anyone that's interested. I think the first one is we're scoping out collaboration with AI researchers on how to exploit machine learning tools to do the horizon scanning bit. How can we use machine learning and artificial intelligence, kind of neural networks, to better understand what's out there and could affect us? We're working with academia and policymakers, and hopefully soon also industry, on developing a governance framework for emerging risks. So anyone that's interested in kind of playing a part in that, more than welcome to contact me. And with the Office of the Secretary General of the United Nations and the Sherpas for the G7 and the G20, we're working on what is it that we need to mobilize to create a platform for international action on emerging risks. So if any of this catches your eye, if any of this sparks your interest, come and see me, and let's talk about how we can seize these opportunities to deliver, as I said at the beginning, better policies for better lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting but quite long 7 minutes. But I think it's very valuable to have this perspective. And let's stay at the international level. We heard something which I could call a demand side on the cooperation topic. And now let's move slightly back to the supply side on cooperation, on availability of solutions. European Space Agency, as we hear in a moment, is really trying to organize the way the solutions from the space-related world can make a difference. And we are looking forward to hear more on that from Christopher Toffing, representing the European Space Agency and crisis civil security activities in the agency. I hope, Christopher, you are with us.
Yes, I'm here. Nice to hear from you all. Apologies, I can't be there with you, but yeah, I'm in Paris at the moment.
Perfectly. So the virtual floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will share my screen. Just let me know when it appears.
It is not yet the case. Yes, it is in the process.
Should be able to see it in full screen mode.
And we see it full screen now. Okay, go on.
Excellent. Very good. Actually, let me just stop sharing because I need to turn some features on. I've got a video that I would like to show, in which case I need to enable some particular buttons so you can hear the sound. Otherwise, it'll be a silent movie. Okay, so you should be able to see it again. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we see them. Please go on.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christopher Topping. I work at the European Space Agency, and I am leading two initiatives from the agency, which might interest you. One is called Rapid and Resilient Crisis Response, which is what we call an accelerator, and I'll come to explain a little bit what that is. And the other program that I'm leading is called Civil Security from Space. And again, the relationship between the two I will explain. But primarily here, what we identify is that, of course, we are all facing a lot more challenges these days on civil security challenges and crisis, etc. And there is a need for us to act, and we believe that space can offer quite a lot of capabilities that will support you in delivering those reactive and active actions. So I go on to the next slide if it lets me. Okay, now accelerators. There are 3 accelerators at the agency. You might have heard some of them. One is related to Space for Green Future, which is all about the green transition and being able to deal with that primary objective. Another one, which is on the other extreme, is about protection of our important, let's say, space assets from space weather and debris, etc. And that's a different accelerator. But here today, I'd like to talk to you about the middle one, which is called Rapid and Resilient Crisis Response, which, of course, is all about solutions addressing crisis. There are various other initiatives at the agency, which I won't dwell on today, but importantly, I pass on to a very short video just to introduce you to our ambition, and then I move on to explain further. So I hope that gives you a flavor of why we are looking at this ambition. We can see certainly space is a very important contributor here, and we're looking to enhance those capabilities. How can we provide the right tools to deliver on a crisis response? Of course, we recognize that things are escalating, so the impact is getting is more, of course, affecting lives and livelihoods. But at the same time, of course, they're more frequent, more prolific, global, of course. So we have a lot of work to do. Now, how are we dealing with this? The agency is very practical when it comes to these things. Of course, we are looking to implement solutions, and we're inviting you, the users, the operators in this domain that take action in these responses to actually discuss with us exactly your needs. We are identifying here a number of areas of collaboration. Of course, we are thinking about humanitarian infrastructures, transport, emergency response, etc., etc. There's many use cases, many areas, of course, all of which are very important and active in a crisis event. But at the same time, as part of this accelerator program, and the Civil Security from Space program, we are addressing some of the major challenges. And we all know, for instance, there is a need for institutional support. We need to align with national priorities. There needs to be a political will in order to adopt these solutions. And it's one thing to say that they are developed, and it's the other thing to actually say that they're adopted. And that comes with challenges in itself. We have a vision. And what we believe the vision is that the future is integrated. Now, what you're seeing here is a rather complicated diagram which tries to explain that there are a number of solutions out there. There are satellites, there are ground solutions, there are, of course, different types of systems from Earth observation, telecommunications, navigation, either from satellites or from UAVs or on the ground. There are IoT networks, sensory networks, and essentially the idea here is that how can we leverage on all of those instruments in order to deliver on the use cases and the needs of in a crisis response case. It's one thing to say that the capabilities exist, and it's another thing to actually say we have the right tools to use them. And this is where the program comes in, to try and pull together the idea of a federation of systems, the idea that many capabilities exist already, and we would like to leverage on them, enhance them with new capabilities, and actually deliver appropriate solutions which are resilient, secure, responsive, and of course, given the complexity, we need it to be smart. Mechanisms we are offering, of course, in collaboration. We heard about partnership projects, and this is indeed something we are doing. We, in fact, have open calls now inviting for proposals for solutions. And we are inviting also through various engagement groups like user consultation groups and industry associations, which again, I will provide the links at the end of this presentation for you to register if you like and be part of these discussions and essentially steer our work into delivering, solutions which are essentially addressing user needs. And here, of course, what we would like to do is also foster collaboration agreements. We know there are many institutions, OECD is a good example, for example, where we would like to collaborate and discuss how our strategic direction in developing solutions is actually in line with the needs of the community that is being consulted. So again, this is really an open invitation. And just to explain, the invitation goes well beyond just what we are doing within the agency. Collaboration agreements can happen, and we are discussing with relation to national programs, European Commission programs, commercial undertakings, private sector is also very active. There are studies going on, etc., etc. So the collaboration could be very extensive. And we use at this point, the vehicle of implementation at the moment is the Civil Security from Space program at the agency. And we do have a couple of links here. The slides will be shared with you. All of these links will be available. Please reach out to me on civil.security@esa.int email address if you would like to discuss partnering with us on this program. If you would like to apply for a project to develop certain capabilities, and of course foster any engagement with us regarding your initiatives, etc. So I stop there for the sake of time and open to questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for this presentation, the perspective, which I think is very important in emphasizing that space is not only about the space solutions. Space exploration, space applications were made possible thanks to cooperation, to the extensive know-how of how to put all these people and solutions together into something working and useful. And what we are hearing now is that ESA is putting this know-how at the disposal of the crisis management community, whether for the response or for risk management. And this is a unique capability, which I think we can all hope that will find its very effective use for the benefit of crisis management. Thanks for this. I hope, Christopher, that you will be able to join also the discussion at the end of the panel, but I know
yes.
that you have this time constraints. But now I would like to move to the next speaker, who is Paweł Gromek, representing the Polish Main School of Fire Service, and moving now to this very practical perspective from the entity which is involved in cooperation. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to share with you findings related to two research development projects focusing on staying at and rising from science private sector administration cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, I represent the Main School of Fire Service, which is an entity which connect two significant roles of the project participants. On the other hand, we are higher education entity, we are a university. On the other hand, we are also an organizational unit of the State Fire Service. And in the projects, we try to connect these two roles as good examples of creating new opportunities to increase the synergy effect inside the projects. And ladies and gentlemen, to cut long story short and to make kinds of introduction to the projects, let me highlight 5 issues. First of all, effective layer to shape science private sector administration cooperation is constituted by research and development projects for, especially in this case, security. Especially this carried out by complex project teams, I mean paying attention on international flow of knowledge, and funded by international organizations, paying special attention on utilitarian objectives, international meaning of cooperation, and multiple viewpoints. Secondly, effective cooperation may be stated when involve so-called heterogeneous partners to the projects. For example, partners, just like the Main School of Fire Service, but for sure not only for us, partners who are in the same time academia and end user, company and research entity, company, small, medium enterprise, and end users, and such kinds of connections. Thirdly, involvement of end users is critically important to meet real operational expectations. Fourth point is about that meeting the expectations means looking for a common way for understanding between end users and especially technology providers who provide new solutions into a practice. And ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, examples of effective science private sector administration cooperation are EU Sense project and Silvanus project. The first one means European Sensor System for CBRN applications. It received funding from European Using Horizon 2020 program. We focused then on heterogeneous sensors and deployment of the sensors into the firefighting rescue action scene. We may highlight that it was a unique connection of technologies. First of all, heterogeneous chemical detectors and IT systems to make a common operational view on the firefighting rescue scene related to chemical accident response. Company research entity was the project leader. Academia end user, the Main School of Fire Services, GSP, was involved to tasks of, first of all, collecting users' requirements, which is typical for entity which is a part of the wide network of cooperators, operational cooperators. Specifying scenarios and organizing demonstrations with a strong focus on operational expectations, and external and internal end users involved in the projects. This is also very important from the operational point of view. The next project is the Silvanus. Silvanus entitled as Integrated Technological and Information Platform for Wildfire Management. This project is the ongoing one. Right now, which we started the period of first pilots, technology pilots, organizational solutions pilots, and pilots focusing on societal involvement of communities to increase wildfire response efficiency. Also, in this case, we may notice a unique connection of technologies, UAVs, UGVs, detectors, IT systems, operational issues of wildfire response, and societal involvement, the meaning of mobile apps. Company research entity is a project leader, academic end user is involved to issues connecting training activities and demonstration with operational expectations. Also in this case, external and internal end users are deeply involved in, first of all, indicating real current operational expectations, on the other hand, to monitor the project and to find out, to evaluate the project results. And all these things may be understood as organizational solutions, or on the other hand, organizational opportunities and good practices to create foundations for effective science private sector administration cooperations. These two examples are just two examples. However, when we analyze the entire spectrum of Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe programs, and other programs, we may see that these are current directions to initiate effective cooperation, and this is the main issue which I would like to highlight. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And if I may just add from the personal experience, as the Crisis Information Center, we had, I think now more than 15 years of experience of cooperating with the high school and the State Fire Service in Poland in general. And we've been running several activities which we could say represent a kind of a de facto test bed. We are using the State Fire Service exercises to really demonstrate, assess innovative technical solutions in a real operational context, or very close to a real operational context, drawing conclusions, drawing experiences which are of highest value, because they are the guidance, they represent the guidance for the technology developers, they represent the very useful insight into the direction of development of technology for the end users. This is where two worlds are meeting, or three worlds are meeting, and benefiting from this very, very much. So I think this is something which, as I said, State Fire Service at high school of the service are really key players and made this possible. So that's very interesting example of cooperation. But now let's move to another case of cooperation rooted in the relatively recent experience of pandemia. We'll now hear the perspective presented by Franciszek Rakowski from the Interdisciplinary Modeling Center of the Warsaw University. And I hope you are with us.
Yes, I'm with you.
So we are ready to. Yes, we hear you, and we hope to see your presentation.
Yes, I will share the screen. Can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for invitation, and I have an honor and a pleasure to share with our perspective on mutual relations and cooperation with the governmental and public side. Let's start. Please give me a second to share the screen. Okay. I just would like to make sure if the screen,
we see the presentation, but in the normal PowerPoint view, not the presenter's perspective.
Okay, so let's change it to the
Or you can just, yeah, that's perfect now. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to present you our, very briefly, our epidemiological model and the way how it was used in practice. And then maybe in the end discuss a little bit our ways of modes of cooperation with the governmental side. So how the academic community was able to support the decision makers, and what was the maybe the atmosphere and the key challenges during this process. My name is Franciszek Rakowski. I'm a team leader at the Interdisciplinary Center for the Computational Modeling at Warsaw University. And I'm leading a very fantastic and brave team of scientists who has prepared a very detailed and well-functioning model on infectious diseases spread across Poland. The model was prepared in years 2008 to 2010. But during that time, nobody really recognized its possible usability and strength of the model. And when the COVID-19 threat appeared, the model was reanimated, and it happened that the model and our team became a one of the main center for scientific advice to the governmental decision makers. So the main idea of the model is based on the detailed representation of the socio-demographic structure of Poland. So we have so-called twin country or synthetic population, which covers all inhabitants. So we have almost 40 million of agents in our computer program. All the agents are quite well described. So the features are all features which are important for describing the risk of severe disease, like the age, gender, but also the location on the map. And our software is integrated with GIS functionality and software. So we can look at the maps. Here we see a piece of Warsaw, and we can look into one of the household. On the right panel, there is a list of the inhabitants of that household. Of course, the names are artificial, but statistically, this representation is equivalent to the Polish situation, or to the Polish marginal distributions. So this is the first layer. On the top, we have the layer which is responsible for describing the transmission of the virus. It is made, it is based on so-called state machine approach. So we have several states for each agent. The agents can be susceptible. Then when it meets or it's exposed to pathogen, it may be infected with a certain probability. Then it can go through different tracks, being non-symptomatic infected or symptomatic infected. Finally, it can go to hospital or to ECU unit, and unfortunately, we can also assess the number of deaths resulting from the initial infection process. Of course, this diagram presents a quite simple and firstly implemented version, but as the pandemic went on, we had to quite heavily develop our program, and that was really fascinating work, pacing with time and with the complexity of the phenomenon, which was the COVID-19 pandemic, and still all the time delivering the forecast, analysis, and expertise to the governmental side. So this is just the example of the more complex diagram, which involves also the situation where part of the population is vaccinated, and we have different variants of the virus. So some reinfections occurred, and the mathematics behind that diagram and the situations is becoming quite complex. So here you will see a movie showing the course of the COVID-19 model as it is seen by our model. And it is quite very well comparable to the real data. So let's see the movie. This is the beginning of pandemic, when Poland in the spring of 2020 was under heavy lockdown. Here we have very strong wave of the wild type. Then the alpha variant is coming, and the situation is calming down for the summer 2021, and vaccination is going on. And now we see the last deadly wave, which is the Delta wave, and the next wave is the Omicron wave, which is the biggest one, but resulting with the quite small portion of deaths. So we, of course, this is just one possible scenario. We have produced a lot of scenarios providing some non-pharmaceutical interventions assumptions, and we have delivered those case scenarios to the governmental side, and of course publish them in a scientific articles. Maybe I will show. This is the one of the analysis. Sorry that some writings are in Polish. This is the analysis post hoc, so which is done after the epidemic course, which is showing the real sizes of the waves in terms of cases, real cases and confirmed cases. And this is the crucial thing to understand the logic of the course of the epidemics. And this insight is also given by the model. I mean, out of the data and without the understanding, it's not possible to see the real size and the logical process which has happened during the COVID-19 epidemic. Here, this is the proof or the evidence that this this process was of that sizes that I have presented in the previous slide. So it was proved by the seroprevalence studies, which showed what was the progress of the immunization of the population in Poland. Our model is has a geographical resolution, so we can look at the different regions. In particular, we can see what would be the possible burden of disease caused by the consecutive infections waves in different regions. And this is one of the example of the recent forecast. Now the waves are still, the epidemic waves are still occurring, but they are not so dangerous. So because we have all antibodies in our organisms, we are immunized either by the natural immunization, by the natural infections, or by the vaccinations. It's not so dangerous anymore, but the waves are occurring, and we are still monitoring the situation and providing the analysis to the governmental side. At the end, I would like to list our partners. So we are the part of the Council for COVID-19 at the Prime Minister Bureau. We are part of the Council for Monitoring and Forecasting COVID-19 and the Ministry of Health. We are cooperating with the Strategic Analysis Center at the Chancellor of the Prime Minister, and of course with the Governmental Security Center and some other institutions which are not, I'm not going to go on with that for the sake of time. We have a very large international cooperation and of course some academic activity which should result with scientific publications. Thank you for your attention, and I'm quite interested in discussing maybe at the end of the panel the issue of the optimal shape of the mutual relations and cooperation with the public and governmental side of such a academic center that I'm coming from. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this. And I can just tell you from personal experience participating in the night sessions that we were having organized by Beata, by Franciszek, when we were setting the vision for how to implement this scientific toolbox into something realistically useful, that this was a fascinating experience, stressful, tiring, but it was really something where under the pressure of reality, the theoretical knowledge was transformed into a real tool, the tool which was later used for advising the political decisions at the highest level. And you really shown in your presentation also how important it is to transform, we've seen on the same slides, the completely uneligible for the normal people type of knowledge into a practical outcome, which ended up your activity, which was great. Thanks a lot for this. And now I have a pleasure to invite the last participant of this panel before the discussion, Mr. Michaeli Langvainio. I'm sorry for the probably wrong pronunciation. Please give us your perspective from the perspective of the, I think, owner of the Inclus consulting company. Please.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm Mikael Langvainio. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Inclus, which is actually a software company, software as a service company. And I'm going to talk about how we developed our inclusive and agile risk management software, what is the philosophy behind it, and what are the practical use cases of it. So I had a pleasure to work with President Martti Ahtisaari since 2011, Nobel Peace Laureate at his Crisis Management Initiative Peace Mediation Office for 5 years, and leading the Methods and Tools unit, where we actually developed these tools originally. And we are still working with CMI closely. And one of the principles of President Ahtisaari was with the conflict parties that until everything is agreed upon, nothing is agreed upon in the peace mediation, in the agreement. So you're aiming for comprehensive, long-term and sustainable peace agreement. So you have a lot of security, political, judicial, information infrastructure, environmental, social, etc. issues that have been driving the conflicts and caused by the conflict. So it requires thorough analysis between the conflict parties, and that's what we helped to do with the Inclus software since 2011, 12 years already. So we've been working on the most difficult conflict environments, you could say, in the world, and helping the conflict parties to do shared analysis, and the issues are complex always, and then you have the conflict on top of it. So the risk assessment, so to say, that the conflict parties are doing and the priorities for peace mediation, it's not purely objective analysis. It's weighed by the political process, the political priorities of the different parties. But nevertheless, you need to get their views into one same shared picture, and that's what we do with participatory and dynamic data visualization tools to enable to structure the dialogue in a format that helps to bring the process forward towards solutions. So the business imperative for Inclus as a company overall is that the uncertainty is growing when we look at the technological permeation of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, environment, political security environment, and those are interacting. But the digital transformation in risk management is really lagging behind, because typically the risk management tools are developed for financial sector and compliance type of checklist approach, and it doesn't work when you have emerging risks and you have multiple sort of viewpoints that you have to take into account when you are countering those threats and risks. And we want to be more dynamic and real-time tool, but we are just a tool provider, and we need those organizations who are at the forefront tackling these complex issues like mentioned by Nestor from OECD, who are really on the forefront, developing these new methodologies, new ways of tackling issues, and we just provide a tool to facilitate some of it. So few key components of our software development is collaboration. We need the multiple perspectives from financial, economic, political, security perspectives, etc., to analyze the challenges and actually increase the reliability of our risk assessments, or actually understand better the uncertainty behind our risk assessments. But humans cannot actually analyze too much data. We don't have the time, we don't have the capacity, so we need to use artificial intelligence, and we're using it primarily for three or four reasons. First is to find blind spots in our risk assessments. Do we miss something? Do the humans miss something? The AI can fill in your assessments. It can help you to summarize a lot of data. It can help you to understand quantitative and qualitative data more easily, and also provide mitigation suggestions. The AI is really powerful tool, and with the integration with ChatGPT, for example, embedded and contextualized to risk management properly, can be a useful tool. You can't rely on it, but it can be a useful tool. Agility, you have to be agile. Everything is fast-paced, everything has to be easily understood, easily engaged, so you have to be able to set up the process easily and help the participants to really understand how the data is inputted. And the data needs to be available real-time and visual, and we are utilizing dynamic data visualization, so you can click on the visualizations and see more and more data. So how we do it in practice is we can help the participants on any issue to brainstorm issues, risk, threats, opportunities even, flag them, comment on them, just sort of do that work more easily. Then to evaluate them with multiple factors, usually impact probability, maybe vulnerability, preparedness, etc. And then we can get the dynamic data visualizations into the browser. We can click on those, see the deviations, what are the top priorities, how the risks are evolving over time, and help in that analysis and dialogue in order to come up with proper preparedness plans. We can also do sort of multi-criteria assessments and sort of combine multiple viewpoints together, and of course then to mitigate those tasks is the most important step after all. We can combine also scenario assessment processes, so we can think how to build scenarios or think what are the implications of those scenarios and impacts of those scenarios from multiple perspectives, the impact on supply chains, strategy, finances, etc., and evaluate on those different scenarios, find the most likely scenarios as well from the bunch of scenarios, for example. We are also doing cross-impact analysis on how the risks are making each other worse if they realize, or for business continuity and preparedness purposes, what are our critical resources, what are critical processes, and how they interact, so we can find the net effect on the most critical processes we have and the most critical resources we have. And how do those interact? We can see them also in the dynamic data visualizations. And also the task management is the most important. Who is doing what, when, and is it done? That's the most important thing. Of course, when we are talking about societal implications, we are talking about conclusions and more wider development programs and capability enhancement, but also that should be tracked and monitored. Are we really doing something about these matters or not? So that was my presentation. Here's my contact details. You can always reach out to me on any issue. I'm happy to brainstorm on any issue that you might have and figure out whether we could have a solution, or coupling with some other solutions that might make sense at some time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And in the interest of time, I already invite you and all the other panelists, including the virtual participation, to the panel. We started with 10-minute delay, and we will hopefully conclude also with a 10-minute delay, no more. So let me start from the brief round of 1-2 sentences summarizing the key messages, the key challenges that you would emphasize as those which define why we are experiencing the gap between what technologies can provide and, well, technologies or generally the community of technology, science and so on, and the successful implementation. Why the gap exists? What are the challenges? Key observations, please.
First of all, the differences between what technology provider think is able to provide and what, on the other hand, for example, crisis management entity or disaster response expect to get. These two issues should be confronted before the technology will be designed, during the designing, and especially after the design, in the period of evaluation and implementation, because my perspective is that we think and talk about the same, however using different languages, and making the common language a kind of meta language to think and talk about the same things is the core issue here. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think there's I know you said one, but I'll give you three if that's okay. I think the first one is, of course, I agree with you. Knowledge translation is at the core here, right? It's how to make sure that we can speak in a language that is understandable by others. So whether it is those in the technology side or in academia or in research. But I think there's another area, which is being able to understand the constraints of each other. And I think being able to understand the constraints that a sort of democratic accountability process brings to policy making, that the whole policy making cycle brings, but also that the whole knowledge production cycle brings. And each one of these has unique constraints that need to be sort of understood by each other, and we need to make sure that we are addressing those constraints early on so that we don't end up being frustrated and walking out of cooperation because the constraints are not well understood. And then I think there's something about sometimes we don't give ourselves the opportunity to fail, and being able to address innovation with a spirit of accepting certain failures and learning from those failures is really important. And particularly in our space, when it comes to societal resilience, we're very scared of failing. And I think being able to approach proper innovation with the spirit of accepting failure is important.
In my view, one of the challenges is sort of matching the demand and supply on sort of complex analysis processes, as they are sort of always demands thorough understanding on the process, and when it's a societal process, there's often political implications involved as well. And the technology providers are rarely that patient or knowledgeable on understanding how the processes always works in the public sector, and they don't necessarily have the patience to work on with the public sector genuinely, kind of. And then it becomes sort of laying out certain requirements and trying to match those rather than really working together with co-design principles and ideas. And I think that's one of the core principles that we have been able to reach with OECD high-level risk forum representatives, that they've been really helpful for us also to understand what are the processes, what are the methodologies that we should be aiming for, not expecting everything immediately, but also sort of helping us to develop the approach. I think the new cooperation models and forums like this helps to sort of match those needs maybe better together.
Thank you. Now I would like to pass the floor to Christopher.
Well, it's very nice to hear the points made, in fact, because they're exactly at the core of why at the agency we've begun these particular programs. You may have noted earlier in my presentation, I mentioned that we're setting up things like the user consultation group and the industry association. And that exactly is what is being discussed here by some of the other panelists, in the sense that we need to get the two communities working together. You have the user needs on the one side, and then you have the technology providers on the other side. And there's a gap between the two. As you said, there's either lack of patience, lack of understanding, lack of awareness about what the user needs, and of course, from the user side, lack of awareness what technology providers can deliver. And this is exactly what we're trying to solve with the Civil Security from Space program and the Rapid and Resilient Crisis Response Accelerator. The idea is that we get those communities, and out of that, tangibly deliver on projects that take action in the sense that we engage on priorities of the users. And this is why I invite the community of listeners here to engage with us, to let us know what they need. What are the working practices? I've also heard this today on the panelists. The working practices are very different. The technologies are very different. The policies and the constraints of the different players are different. And there needs to be an understanding, there needs to be a forum of exchange where these are passed. And then, of course, the idea is that industry is not just in listening mode, but they are in an active mode on delivering on those solutions. And this is where the framework of the program at the moment, we have funding and we have the mandate to deliver on these practical outputs. So indeed, I resonate with all of the messages, and hopefully we're putting something in place that can serve and address them. Thank you.
Thank you. And Franciszek?
Mm-hmm. I think I must agree with all the speakers before me, and the mutual trust and mutual understanding is a key thing in this business. We are not aware of the limitations and sometimes intentions of the other side. And of course, the hidden intentions are not wrong, but they should be clearly stated during the process of collaborations. And saying everything or everything which is possible to say openly is, in my opinion, one of the most important tools to gain a good cooperation, because the words of politicians, decision makers, scientists, and big business, those are quite different. So it's important to get the shared common platform to understand each other. And this is a psychological process more than technical. And it's not a spur of time to devote an hours on communicating among us in a good way to go further than in a technical or management issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we got quite a nice overview of challenges. But if we have a challenge, what would be the solution then? Any comments in any order it's convenient to you? What should be the ecosystem which is really facilitating the effective use of these theoretical possibilities into practice?
I think so. One of the things that has helped me in not just the OECD but in previous roles as well, and we used it for the online emerging risk brainstorm, is creating a safe space for playing, and I say this in the bigger sense of the word, and this links back to the point that I was talking about failing. And if we had attempted to do a sort of comprehensive multinational assessment with rigorous methodology on kind of the scan of emerging risks, we would have taken years to deliver anything. And by the time we deliver it, all the risks are manifested. Why we even bother? So instead we said, well, why don't we do something quick? Why don't we do something sort of quick and dirty and accept that it's not going to be perfect, accept that it's not going to be necessarily even good, but it's going to give us some interesting insights to start the discussion. So creating those safe spaces to play, those safe spaces to try things. In accelerators, they like using the word sandboxes, and I think this is a fantastic idea to be able to, in a safe, constrained environment, try new things and see how it works and see how it delivers something that could be interested and pull it apart and then sort of see where you get to. I think that would be a good way forward, or at least I've seen it be a good way forward.
Thank you. Pavel?
Thank you. Maybe to develop your point, from my perspective, very useful may be serious games and pilots and demonstrations. However, the events collecting all sides of stakeholders involved in the kind of project, solution, problem to be solved, crisis management problem to be solved. So serious games, decision-making games, top-table exercises, and demonstrations, including field demonstrations, to visualize in practice how practical use of these solutions may be, not in theory, but strictly in the practice.
Good comments, and one of the things that I would add is that academia can provide the sort of certainty that the methodologies are in principle correct, and they can be a great partner in that sense, and definitely in those cases where you have to be correct, it's good to have the academia involved. But also, and often the academia understands that sometimes you use the methodologies for decision making where you have to accept a lot of assumptions and uncertainties, and when we are dealing with risks, which are essence uncertainties, it's very hard to be exact in the sort of assessments and predictions. So to have this understanding how viable your methodologies are and how much you should be relying on them when you're doing your decisions is a key. But more often it's about enabling the thinking process, the dialogue, and then comes the action more naturally if you allow the thinking process and dialogue to happen. If you're academically rigor throughout the process, there's no discussion, in a sense. So there's a balance. There's a balance between all of those three parties: academia, private sector, and the public sector, sort of ordering the work. And I think that many public organizations actually have that capacity, quite rigor understanding on the methodologies inside them, but also the academia can bring a lot of sort of validation and certainty into the process as well.
Thank you. Christopher, do you want to add?
Yes. I heard some interesting points about demonstrations, piloting, and engagement, and this is perfect. In fact, I absolutely agree with the context that there needs a level of innovation. There is also a need of engagement in that innovation by the users in order, first of all, not only to optimize and flush out the finer nuances of what is being developed, but also to validate it and train the users in using it. I think this is absolutely important. In fact, I haven't mentioned it already, but as part of the program, we're already, for example, I'm here in Paris today, in fact, approving 3 partnership projects, which we are doing under the Civil Security Program. It involves 22 industrial partners. It's got over 15 users being engaged, 15 entities being engaged. We have 11 demonstrations planned with the users in the loop in validating those solutions. And it is built upon innovating new solutions as well as leveraging current available solutions, because we're not going to scrap all our capabilities that we have today. The idea is how do we best use it? How do we best integrate it and make it interoperable for the use cases? So all of these challenges are, I absolutely agree with the idea of the sandboxing, where we need to work together with the user community. In fact, what we're also looking to stimulate is this kind of test facility type cases, where the new technologies are really deployed in environments where users can come in and validate them, experiment with them, get to use them, get to learn how to use them, and also feedback on how well are they operating, what are the faults, how can they better be improved. So these facilities we want to develop across Europe. In fact, in a kind of a distributed or centralized way, we're looking at options. But this is essentially to the core of what some of the panelists have already said. I'm happy to hear that they were on the right track. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Franciszek, anything from your side?
Our experience is, I would agree with the previous speakers that a kind of the games or serious games or preparation to collaboration is important, but our case was quite different. We had no time to do that, and we had to trust ourselves immediately. And that is the situation of the emerging risks, and nobody knew that what would be the set of the partners involved in the fighting with the COVID-19 crisis, because nobody was prepared that, for example, the mathematical modeling can play such a beneficial role in the assessing the process or the timeline of the COVID-19 development. So that was the special situation where when the trust and the cooperation had to be built from scratch and in a very fast pace. So we need to remember that this is also a kind of the challenge, because especially in risk management, not every time we will have the situation that we are prepared to cooperate or train to collaborate together.
Okay, last comment on your side, please.
I think there's one thing that can also really help in terms of implementing all of this, and it's making sure that as we design the programs, as we design the corporations and the arrangements, we keep those outputs open and reusable, and making sure that there's ways of gaining access to those outputs, and that not just the immediate beneficiaries can see what's going on, but the wider community can actually scrutinize, use, reuse what comes out of the cooperation.
I think what could be a follow-up on what you just said is kind of the if we have this sandboxing activities, field demos, also aggregated. I'm not saying integrated in one place, but aggregated. We can get a kind of a critical mass, and having this experience close together also builds a great potential for that. I think, if I may add just my comment, I cannot refrain from that. I love the concept of we normally call it a test bed, an opportunity to really have this aggregation of experiences in a very realistic context, but in the sandboxing environment. If I could say, I would say that within 20% of time, you can get 80% of the outcomes. For the application of the crisis management, it's already a lot. Then you can smoothen things and make them perfect if there is a need and possibility. But have this 80%, it's already a lot for useful solutions to be at least initially adopted or made for adoption, yes. We are in a negative time, so unless there is a very pressing questions or comments, which in some sense I hope are not, in the interest of the next panel. I will need to close, but I will close with a request for 15-second, one-sentence summaries, key actions. What should we do? 1, 2, 3. 15 seconds each.
Let's start. To improve common operational picture solutions and urgent identification of new hazard solutions in terms of new technologies to be provided.
Maybe if we can all collectively take one commitment to reach out to one partner that we haven't spoken to as a result of this and say, let's explore an opportunity for collaboration, I think that would be great.
I think one solution would be to course correct the imperfect approaches with the private-public cooperation is that dump the data to academia. Do something, dump the data, tell what we did wrong, course correct and do it better next time. Because the academia always loves data and they can put researchers to do something with it quite quickly. So that would be one advice.
Thank you. Christopher?
I would say, again, the most valued thing I can say is communication. I agree with the panelists. We need to create a forum where we can be together and discuss real opportunities and priorities to do some developments. I would like our audience to consider registering to the user consultation group because that's exactly what we're going to be doing very soon. So hoping to hear from you and let's start talking.
Thank you. Franciszek?
I think the openness, and maybe that's it. Openness for other partners and the serious openness, and don't think about the time spent on talks and common situations as the spare time. It's not a spare time.
Thank you. And I will add my own observation. Let's start. Do something. Do something practical. Have an example, successful, which will also be a pathfinder for further activities. 80% can be okay. Let's get it somewhere. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all panelists.
Thank you very much.
Phone? Somebody's phone? This is not my phone.
Oh, yeah, it's mine. I used a timer.
Appreciate it.
Here you are. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to add one word because I think that we should create a platform for exchanging expectation and solution between our words. And the best, one of the best solutions is OECD high-level risk forum. Yes. Now let me move on the next one panel on building a resilient society. Today we have an esteemed panel of experts, including Mr. Mariusz Feltynowski, Rector and Professor of the Main School of Fire Service. We have also Mr. Colin Payne online, from the British Department for Living Up, Hosting and Communities. And we have also Wojciech Piotrowicz from the Humulo Institute in Hankan School of Economics. And we have also Mrs. Elena Zarkowska from the Sendai Focal Point for Disasters Reduction for North Macedonia. Let me start by few words, because as we know, the building resilience has become increasingly important in today's world, especially when we think about the new hazards, critical hazard. Nestor, help me. Critical risks. And including migration, war, climate change, of course, it's crucial to create societies that can withstand those challenges. And this is why humanitarian aid plays a vital role. We hope that our panelists can shed some light on how we can build resilience in our communities and the important role that humanitarian aid play in achieving that goal. Before we start our panel, I'd like to invite Mr. Fertenowski from the Main School of Fire Service to have a short presentation, which will be some kind of introduction of our discussion. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you a lot. It is a pleasure to be here. Yesterday, we got the new ranking of the jobs connected with the trust of the society. And still it is nothing new that the firefighters in Poland, especially because it is the long tradition, a lot of voluntary firefighters are on the first place. On the second, it's paramedics. On the third, nurses. And before we will talk about that how to prepare society and how to create a resilient society, it is necessary, in my opinion, to start with that how we are preparing professionals, because without the trust, the recommendation of the professionals to the society, the people will not listen to us. When we will give them a recommendation that the flood is coming, it's necessary to be evacuated. When we are failing, when the researchers are not giving us the proper prognosis, they will not listen. Therefore, I would like to ask my technician colleagues to start the short movie, less than 1.5 minutes, about the potential of the school. Go to the presentation. I will use just one example. Maybe 20 or 15 years ago, it was possible just to make the improvisation, that it was new threats and we try making a lot of mistakes, creating the tactics. Now it is not anymore it is possible. When we go in the new area, like LNG, today I will use that example, or we want to deal with the electric cars, till that moment when there is not known globally, there is no nationally standards how to even extinguish that electric cars, it is necessary to start with the scientific approach. And based on the example with creating the standard procedure for firefighters, I would like to present how we are doing that in our university. To proper response is necessary to close as possible close to reality. Therefore, usually we are creating the demanding scenario. Doesn't matter if we are talking about rope rescue, medical rescue, urban search and rescue, because we have as well the international modules. It's necessary to think that necessary is to work close to real conditions. Let's give just one example, yeah, the traditional way with gas bottle, yeah. In a lot of houses in Poland, still we have the gas bottles. But before we will give the advices, before the people will call 112 emergency number, there's necessary to know how gas bottle is behaving when goes the flames. If that way is safe, yes and no. If we will start with using or preparing, teaching the students how to behave with gas bottles without knowing the upper and the high explosive rate, without having theoretical background knowledge how it is behaved, surely it is not safe. But when we are doing that as the final element of the training with the instruction in the control way, you can do. Always the most important is assessment for what we are preparing. When there is flood, we know how big pumps we have, how to increase the dike level, how to warn the society. But when there is something new, there is necessary to start with the research. Therefore, we created the training needs analysis method, and always we are starting with theory. Before we create the theory, there is necessary to know for what we are preparing. Because, for example, as I mentioned, the example of extinguish the electric car, during that car, hydrogen is created. Therefore, we have to know what personal protective equipment to take. After that, we are creating the virtual reality scenario, and training in the field area is the final stage of preparation. Therefore, when we discover that more and more cars and during the industrial LNG, we created the project. We started with laboratory to know what is that, and after that, we try to check if that equipment what we are using during the daily work are enough and to make our job safe. If that personal clothes which are used during car accidents or during the internal fire will be proper when we will be in the atmosphere of gas leakage. The same with the rescue equipment. If that what producers are offering is enough for that condition. After that, on the video you will see, we in the training area observes how that gas when the leakage is behaving. We did it 4 times in 4-year seasons, because when there is the winter, the gas is behaving totally differently than in the middle of summer. And the same, using the infrared camera, we tried to check how close we can go to that threats. Before we let the professional firefighters deal with that equipment, they did it internally in the school. It was traditional role division. One is always the team leader, because in Poland, in usual cases, the voluntary fire service having one track. Therefore, we started with thinking that in most cases, we have to create the procedure for voluntary fire brigade, which will arrive the first on the spot, and having just 6 persons, if they will be able to deal with that. We created different variants, tanks, installations, and finally we created 12 procedures with different, first is always assessment, what was the intention that firefighters were asked for arriving to the spot, what the firefighters should do, and after that, now we know that we have the national standards and we can train the people. It is the example that one intervention truck connected totally with 6 persons, one commander, one driver, and 4 rescuers. They should manage the leakage. The system is created on 3 levels. When they are not able to manage, they are asking for assistance to the higher level. And slowly, based on that, we now know that the next approach with creating that resilience in fire service, both professionals and voluntary fire service, we have to deal with electric cars because there is more and more. And currently, we are drawing them. We put the car, and 24 hours the car is waiting when the burning material is burned. That's all. We are on that level. Therefore, surely with electric cars, we are using the same approach. And we created 12 different scenarios when there is leakage from the tank, from the installation, and how the firefighters should behave. The same we put into the simulator. Please move that movie to that 1.5 minutes. Because when the on-site commander will start in the wrong place without checking the wind direction, soon he and the staff will be in the middle of foam, what is not always welcome. The same when there is leakage during the pumping, there is necessary firstly to make it safe, to create a safe condition before in protective equipment we will let the rescuers go to that tank and stop the leakage. Therefore, it is currently our approach that we are starting with creating the procedure for professionals, and after that we can give the recommendation to the society how to behave. I would like to say that in this year, in September, we will host the European Union Civil Protection Exercises with all water-related threats. The next level is to make the standardization on the international level to compare our standards with the international one. Thank you for giving me floor, for giving the introduction to the discussion.
Thank you, Mariusz, so much. Now I'd like to invite our panelists to sit there in front of the audience. So Elena, Wojtek, Mariusz, Dakolav, and Jakub. Also, I'd like to invite you. Thank you so much. And first, I have a question to Colin. I would like you to share a key policy strategy work, including the new commitment you have made in the UK government resilience framework.
Thanks, Peter, and lovely to be here. Thank you all. I'm a late addition to this. My colleague was there in person, but everyone else had to come home. As many of you may know, the UK government published its UK Government Resilience Framework in December, and that was built around 3 key pillars around changing how we understand risk, a greater focus on prevention and preparation, and building this idea of a whole of society resilience. And within that, a really key pillar of that, and one that my team has developed and owned, is about building and changing the mission and structures of how we deliver resilience on the ground and in communities. So, as is the case for most countries, I think, our resilience structures are based on local responders taking the lead under the principle of subsidiarity. And in the UK, those structures are called LRFs, Local Resilience Forums. And they are traditionally, essentially, a meeting of all of the local responders rather than being an organisation in themselves. But what we found during our preparations for EU exit, which was a big thing in the UK, and then during COVID, is that we were relying on them more and more and more. So we committed in our integrated review, which is our big security and defence review, to look at strengthening them on that basis. And that was in 2001, we made that commitment. Then subsequently, we did some work to look at what that meant. And I think really critically for this session, what came out of that really was not only do we need to strengthen them to deliver the mission they already had, which was really about risk-based planning, which is a fairly classic role, but also this understanding both that the risk picture in the UK and globally was becoming much more complex and much more diffuse and harder to predict. And so that rather than focusing entirely on risk-based planning, we need to take a much broader based approach and move to this idea of building underpinning resilience in the UK, starting with our communities and building the underpinning resilience of our communities. So we've now launched we're now launching a big program of work called the Stronger LRFs program, where we're going to significantly and substantially strengthen our LRFs. Now that is both about strengthening them in delivering their traditional core role, the based planning kind of classic resilience work. But I think the most important thing here is this, we're expanding their mission significantly, and we're shifting their focus significantly to this idea about building resilience. So rather than measuring them on the activities they've done to plan for risks we know about from our national security risk assessment, we're going to measure them based on their ability to build the underpinning resilience of their communities. And that is a huge pivot in their role, and requires some quite significant changes. And the changes are very briefly built on sort of three pillars of strengthened leadership, strengthened accountability, and this integration of resilience into wider local policy and placemaking. So this idea that will empower our traditional resilience bodies with this much greater mandate and much greater mission to kind of build resilience into wider work and make resilience a much more core and central part of local policy and placemaking. And that's going to be potentially quite a difficult thing to do. So we're launching pilots by the end of this year. So we're in the middle of setting these up at the moment to pilot over a 2-year period before the full rollout by 2030 is the idea. And by doing those pilots, we want to work out how best we can do that. So what resources and legal powers are these partners going to need to be able to work across wider policy and partners and across the whole gamut of policy and placemaking, and also critically with the voluntary and community sector and sort of humanitarian organisations, but also communities themselves, and also critically business. And one of the most interesting challenges we have, I think, is the evidence base for doing all of this. So, and I've been to a few conferences and had conversations with people around the world on this. And this idea of like, how do we conceptualize and understand this idea of community resilience? So if we're going to move to a building society, resilient society and building resilient communities, I think we need to define what that means to a certain extent, to be able to measure it and evaluate it and pilot it. But also, I think, really critically, to massively much improve our space for the benefit of doing it. So you can make the case for voluntary and community sector organisations to make the case for funding to do this work, but also, I think really importantly, business as well. So to help businesses engage with this agenda, both nationally, but also really critically locally. So how do we kind of get to do that? So that's a very brief overview of what we're doing here. Like I say, this idea that we're going to strengthen and bolster our local structures and give them a much stronger mission to engage communities and some of the challenges we're facing. Was that helpful, Greta? And I'm very happy to take questions or expand on any of that, but I don't want to steal all of the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You mentioned that resilience is a wall of society. What do you think are the biggest challenge to building a resilient society in the face of increasing hazards such as disinformation or migration? What do you think so? The biggest challenge?
That's a great question. I think the main challenge for me is switching people's mindsets, I think, to this idea that the resilience and risk is going to be a much bigger and more central part of their lives going forward. And I think that's very difficult on a number of levels. I think there's a very basic human challenge in people having a natural sort of cognitive biases, not believing it's going to happen to them, or that government will step in, that'll be okay, that kind of moral hazard we've created. I think that also sits in politically, I think that can be quite difficult, because investing now for something that might happen in 10 years' time is it can be a difficult case to make sometimes, I think. And also, I think it's difficult for governments to have that conversation with their populations sometimes, I think, about saying, actually, your life and it's riskier than you think it is, and actually government can't do all of that for you. You need to do some of it for yourself. And I think there's a risk there and a challenge there in doing that in a way which is credible and meaningful, that doesn't either fall on deaf ears or not land with the people it needs to land with, or get swept up in that kind of disinformation, conspiracy stuff, which becomes very unhelpful. Does that answer your question, Beata?
I absolutely agree. Wojtek, would you like to add something in this question? Answer?
I think first is about this kind of multi-hazard, and here I can go kind of to my humanitarian background from Humanitarian Logistics Institute, that now those lines get really blurred. Like when we had before all the humanitarian interventions somewhere far away, you know, Africa, Asia, middle of nowhere, and we didn't really were influenced directly by that. Then we have this change of, let's say, humanitarian disasters just across the borders, talking Syria, Turkey, migration. Then we had COVID, then we had Ukrainian war. So the lines between the crisis response, crisis preparedness kind of mandate, the lines are really getting blurred. So let's say look at the Sendai framework. There was no talk about the conflict in the Sendai framework at all. Now we are kind of adding it because we realize that this is really changing. When you think about the hybrid threats, again, we had before separated hybrid threats, humanitarian. Now that's again changing because let's say we're referring, for example, to the fires in Biebrzα. Now what happens when we have a fire and people who are pushed across the border into Poland at the same time, and we don't know they are there. So I think this is really understanding this complexity that even our response system is really not built into this complex environment. And the second is really to closing this gap when we, as the West, collective West, with the exception of Finland, I would say, said, okay, now we are going into peaceful time. And we stop talking about preparedness, we stop preparing, we kind of have this benefit of saving on the peaceful and quiet time. And then we had the first wake up, Syria, which we forgot, Crimea, then COVID, and now we are in really unstable environment. Thank you.
You touched Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. Today with us is Elena, who acts as a Sendai framework focal point. So how do you think so in taking the consideration the Sendai framework program, what can we do to be better prepared to improve our resilience?
Well, I think that the resilience building for sustainable development necessitates the inclusion of diverse stakeholders, such as children, young people, persons with disabilities, older persons, and other marginalized groups. Systemic approach is needed to detect the global to local level effects on social, governance, economic and ecological, but also the physical systems. And to be resilient in times of crisis or disasters required capabilities on a range of levels, like individual households, community, local cities, subnational, then institutional, national, and system levels, and taking into account the competing interests between them. But it's also crucial that managerial and technical capabilities are taken into account. And we must abide by essential principles of resilience building, such as not leaving anyone out. We need to focus on vulnerable communities to ensure parity, inclusivity, and human rights-based strategy. Also to encourage collaborative partnerships that are reliable and avoiding damage. Time-intensive personalized approaches required to boost strength while authorizing local and national actors. Initiating action quickly is necessary to hinder future predicaments, and all parties should be included with full regards for human rights, even in difficult conditions, so we can guarantee the government's accountability to protect citizens in its jurisdiction.
Thank you very much. So indeed there is a lot of connection and indicators that we should think about in the context of resilience, but I think that I'm thinking about education. What role can education play in building resilience? And I think that, Mariusz, you are the right person to give us some information in this topic.
I had the possibility to have the induction presentation, and I touch that point. First of all, we have to think and to trust in common sense and trust to the professionals, to avoid listen to the experts of everything when the same as experts is speaking till afternoon about one topic and in the afternoon on the second. It means that it is not experts. Therefore, surely common sense and rather beliefs in facts than in myths. There is a serious, Wojtek said, to came back to self-preparedness. It is necessary to think that the professional rescuers administration will not go to each citizens after 1 or 5 seconds. It takes time before the first responders arrives, and a lot of things you can do but by yourselves. When there will be simply breaking in the energy supply, it is not very difficult to buy the power aggregator and be able to survive 1, 2, or even 3 days.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask Colin, because the building resilience is a goal of all our countries, yes, not only around Europe but around the world. And what recommendation do you have to other countries in the context of role of government, and I mean how to cooperate between government and other entities?
Sure, thanks, Beata. So I think that's a really interesting and really good question, and it's right at the heart of the role of my team. I think a few things here, I think. So firstly, that when this is pretty standard, I think, as a model, the idea that the focal point for building resilience and the resilience planning is at the most local level possible is fairly standard doctrine for all of us, I think. I think then the trick is to actually empower and use those partners in an appropriate way and give them what they need and how best to do it. So I think, one of the debates we're having in the UK at the moment is around comms and messaging, communications and messaging, and how we best communicate about how to build greater resilience. And there's often a bias in central government to put out a big national campaign or to kind of centralise and own the message, because it can be risky to delegate it out. But I think it's really important that we use those partners and empower them and give them all the tools they need to do it. Because we know from lots of literature which tells us that local partners and communicators nearer to communities are really, really key in terms of reaching communities. The other sort of two things I'd pick up on are the voluntary and community sector, and how do we best engage them and help them engage with our responders. And we're doing quite a lot of work on that to think about how we build the voluntary and community sector into our structures. So in some cases, big charities want to be what's called categorized, so be included under legislation, but we're wary of doing that. So we need to build a strong and wide base. But I think in order to enable them to get involved, we need to provide them with the evidence and tools and mechanisms to engage. And then the third pillar is business, and I think this one is a really interesting one. So businesses of all sizes have a critical role to play, and it's easy to bias towards big business, but I think local business is as important because they often play such a critical role in communities and can take a really important role when something goes wrong or can be affected by emergencies. And for them, I think there's something for me about the evidence base for resilience, actually, because I don't think we really know or have really defined what we mean by building resilience or have real measures for the benefits of doing that for business. So if business is trying to make a cost-benefit analysis or investment decision, why should it invest in resilience, right? We have plenty of anecdotes, broadly anecdotal evidence, which says if you invest now, you save money later if something happens. But I don't think that's enough. I think we need to build our evidence for why building resilience in and of itself is good in and of itself, and then that will drive the sort of public sector investment we need. And I think that's a really important challenge we're facing with our pilot. I'm really interested by it. I think it's mirrored by what one of your other panelists said about vulnerable people. I think the same is true as well. How are we defining those vulnerable people, and how can we show a benefit to building resilience amongst those vulnerable people, which shows it's worth investing in resilience interventions, either as a business or as a voluntary organisation. Does that answer your question, Beata?
So the first step is that we should adapt our law. I think so. Somebody in this? Okay, Elena.
Yes, I would like to add something regarding this question. I think that the successful construction of resilience requires participation of a variety of stakeholders, both local and national actors. It is also vitally important to involve people, communities, civil society members, the NGOs, grassroots organizations, traditional leaders, women, girls, and youths due to their important contributions to community-level resilience. And also regional entities are essential partners in addressing many risks and threats. Moreover, the multi-actor initiatives must be part of the equation for access to technical assistance tools and funding sources. An inclusive overview of these initiatives is currently lacking, I think. So changing business as usual through learning processes is fundamental for successful resilience building operations, and they need to be resourced and planned from the start. Also, exchange between stakeholders is an optimal way to gain understanding of each other's perspective, sharing experience among them, as well as learning from one another, which should form the basis of operations.
Yeah, how to do it? How to do that? Wojtek?
Communication and cooperation for me is the basic.
Here I can add, this is a result of the deliverable of the core project. The core, you can see the information of the project outside, close to the reception, and deliverable will be there soon. So what government shouldn't do? Government shouldn't try to replicate everything what business already does. You are, especially there was kind of case of the security of supply. You can only buy the time for organization to step back. So the role of government is more like being able to coordinate, to build the awareness, and help organizations really to build a network, to network them before something happened. We have evidence in the COVID that organizations have to create the new networks, and that was already a bit too late. So, like again, Finnish case, the NESA, there is created 11 different clusters, and they are already working. They have exercises, and there is also, this also brings a bit about the value added for the businesses, because all the risk analysis which are done at the government level, at the national level, they are brought to the businesses. And in this case, even organizations which are competing on the market, they know there will be involved, all of them, by the certain risks, so they can be better prepared. And also about the motivation for the businesses. Now, all the business has these different sustainability, CSR plans. And we need to understand that for the businesses, social responsibility is to provide their own services to customers. That's part of the social sustainability. And how many of them are touching that on their reports? They talk about the greening, but they then talk about how we are investing in providing you food, services, or something else. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jakub, would you like to ask somebody?
Yes, however, I'm just thinking on the slightly different aspect of governance challenge. What we have seen yesterday, today, we've been discussing a lot of solutions that can be provided to, can be offered to provide information for better decisions taking. But we are facing a kind of a fundamental problem that we are trying to offer something to the public entities operating under the public procurement laws. They need to buy something when they not all are convinced that they are really needing this, that the resources are scarce, that they don't necessarily have know-how to do that. I'm wondering if maybe in some cases we need to think about the paradigm behind it, whether this is exactly, whether this is maybe the case where the provision of information should not be at the lowest level. Maybe it would be appropriate to try to offer it as a kind of a service which will be available to the public entities procured at the higher level. So if you are a city and you need something for the risk assessment, it's not that you need to procure your own solution from the providers. Maybe there is something where the standard can be established, when there is a good practice, that this is already waiting for you. This was procured by the government, like, okay, the case from my world, from the space world, you have the Copernicus services. People started really use the Copernicus data when they became freely available, freely for them. We are paying for this as the customers, as the taxpayers, but through a different channel. And for those who are using the data to inform their decisions, these data or information products are free. And maybe in the risk resilience, we also need to make some of the information tools, information products, information available, and it will be easier to use it because you don't need to procure, you don't need to convince your head that he needs to find resources for this. It's just waiting. It's just the question of, do I know how to use this to optimize the processes which I'm responsible for?
Yeah, I think that risk assessment is the first thing that we should share with our society, and in a very useful place and way to find out if I'm, for example, at a danger area. Yes, this is very important. So risk, what risk is behind me? Yes, and also very useful method of flow this information. This is also important to share the information and warning about hazards. So yeah, but when we're thinking about good solution to exchange this information, it's we should come back to a solution. Yes. So yesterday, all yesterday was very good opportunity to share information how to do it in the easy way. Yeah, Dag, Olaf, could you give some feedback? Or?
Well, actually, I have another question, and maybe I could also ask the audience if someone have any input. I think we had some interesting sessions today. We've got a glimpse of a more complex risk picture, as was said earlier. And we've seen also very many advanced solutions. And it was mentioned earlier by Nestor Alfonso from OECD that, you know, we need a framework for national governments of emerging risks. And I'm thinking that's not a small task. It's well, something that we need to do. We probably need to do it quite fast because development is happening faster and faster. And I'm thinking, as representing a national authority, that maybe we are not the best people to do that because national authorities usually work a bit slower. So I would like to ask any of the panelists or anyone in the audience, you know, what are the main obstacles for us to address these challenges of emerging risks? Anyone? The main obstacles, or yeah.
I mean, I can come in if that's helpful. I think the main thing for me about emerging risk is the pace of change and the unpredictability of them. So I think traditionally in the UK, as in many other places, we rely on a risk assessment, a cyclical risk assessment that happens every couple of years, and then has a sort of forward look for a couple of years more. And we've already extended that in our recent. We've already made a couple of changes to our risk assessment process. So, firstly, we've increased the time horizon a little bit, and we've also split out chronic versus acute risk, which I think are both very important and very good changes, so that we don't try and understand the risk of a terrorist attack in the same way we try and understand the risk associated with climate change. They're just slightly different in the way you have to conceptualize preparation for them. What I would say, though, and especially around new technological risks, is the pace of change is so rapid and so quick that any resilient risk assessment cycle is likely to be out of date very quickly. And so in building capabilities to make ourselves more resilient, we have to be incredibly risk agnostic. And that kind of philosophy is behind this big pivot that we're making in our resilience structures, away from the absolute emphasis on risk-based planning, but that will still be important, to this idea that actually we need to get away from the idea of managing known risk, and actually to one of just accepting the world is going to be a much riskier and less resilient place potentially, and building that underpinning baseline resilience. I think that's probably the way we're tackling it. Does that make sense?
I think the issue is that you cannot get prepared for all the risks. So, and obviously there is one problem, money. Because especially in the politics issue, okay, you're getting prepared for something which will never happen. So the problem is, or the solution is really to look what are kind of generic preparednesses, regardless the type of the risks. Here look at the humanitarian sector. You need food, you need shelter, you need security, you need UNICEF children, you have health. And then those are kind of generic things which are regardless the specific risk. And on top of that, you have these very specific solutions, you know, NCBR and so on, which can be, they require much more money, and they are actually much more unknown, you know, how to develop vaccine and so on. But we already know how to distribute food kits, what is the mass vaccination, how to provide basic healthcare or shelter. It's already done. It's nothing new. Just question is how to bring these certain solutions from the humanitarian sector, which are working on countries which are not developed, which is changing when you look at the Syria and Ukraine, into our preparedness system, because those solutions already exist there. So kind of generic preparedness for everything, 80%, you know, Pareto analysis, and the 20 top of that, those specific. That could be the way. Thank you.
The humanitarian organization play a significant role in building resilience. And tell me, how can we improve the cooperation between governments and humanitarian organizations?
This question to me, by
Yeah,
I think it's if you go back to the humanitarian world, there are kind of issues again with mandate. So narrower version of the humanitarian definition is that you operate only on outside of Europe, with exception, let's say, or Greece or Ukraine or Poland. So I think those are, because simply those are different financing streams. But what you can really improve is really to allow to send as many people from the government, local government, and different entities to work as part of the humanitarian response.
Together.
Together, and also go into the field. Like in our case, most of my colleagues, they went to the field. I'm in the Red Cross, because you can go there and learn already from the disasters. More or less the same principles as the Husar units are going somewhere out, because you can practice already outside and bring this knowledge in. And so if you think about the also finance for the organizations, it's much better to finance people from a country to go to the field and bring the knowledge back instead of sending just the money. because that was in my earlier research, for example, for police organizations, I noticed that most of them lost their logistic capabilities because they were sending money. There was only one which was still doing logistics, and then those capabilities were missing when we had response when Ukrainian refugees came.
Okay. Wojtek mentioned about the user. So, Mariusz, could you add something because you are the right person? More time.
Yeah, absolutely, it is true. But before I will go or say some things what Wojtek said, I will rather start with that what Kuba said. I am absolutely sure that bringing experience from outside is necessary. How to combine the NGOs, GOs. But before that, I would rather recommend opposite thinking here. We should create more bridges to let NGOs and GOs introduce themselves and create exercises when we can make the failure, because I will not send anyone which I don't know from the exercises abroad, because it is too late here. There should go just the people prepared here. If we will do opposite, we are creating the disaster tourismus. It means that after few days they will not give the guarantee that they are working on the international standards, but opposite. And that's what Kuba said as the previous head of operational department in the national headquarters and the central civil protection body. I fully agree. It is cost effective to use the professionals from outside. We did it minimum twice during the flood in Poland in 2010, when we used the plane and helicopters from Border Guard to prepare the application to European Union to evaluate how big area in Poland is flooded here. After receiving the satellite maps from Copernicus, we give that products to Crisis Information Center to Kuba, and after few hours we received the recommendation for pumping. Such knowledge was not before existing in the State Fire Service. And second example is when I was the head of the operational group during the Biebrza forest fires, we did exactly the same. We used firstly Copernicus from European Union. We give the knowledge that in the military area similar research center is existing, and it was the first activation from military assets, satellite maps, for giving the recommendation for civilian parts, like we are. Therefore, being open, and I think that more humility, receiving the higher rank or being on high position doesn't mean that automatically you are expert from everything here. Wojtek said about the coordination, and I think that it is the crew. The higher you are, you just need to coordinate, to know to whom you should call, not direct. Thank you.
And the most important sentence or message for other countries to how to build resilient society. Dak. Dak Olaf, please start.
Well, I think knowledge is always a key aspect, and I've been thinking now, when we've been listening these days to a lot of different examples, that there are so much knowledge out there that we don't get to know unless we meet in places like this. Maybe we should have some kind of way to systemize it and make it more easily available for users at the local level, those who are on the ground, handling disasters as they happen, because they need fast and easy solutions. Often pen and paper is what you need, because it takes too much time to try to find out, what kind of tools is available, what kind of systems is available. But if it was available, more easily available, then maybe it would also be more used, and we could also be able to make better use of all our common knowledge.
Yeah, so, thank you. Yeah, I think it's very important, yeah.
I think from my point of view, it's about breaking the silo. Start working together, you know, humanitarian, military, civil protection, UN, EU, NATO, different departments.
That's why we are here.
That's we are here. That's we are learning. But I think that's really important, because later can be too late. That's kind of build up on your point. When we start working together, like here, or when you go especially to exercises where we can fail in the safe environment, that's something which helps us to learn and break those silos, because at some stage we have to work together simply. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariusz?
Yeah, from my perspective, I would like to create a word for using the past experience for creating the better future. It's always nice to learn from other failure, but if we will be open, and cooperation is the key for me.
I think that in each country, a cross-sectoral and all-encompassing approach is needed to foster resilience and to address natural hazards and climate change impacts, but also to protect the lives and livelihoods. Risk monitoring and early warning system must be enhanced. Furthermore, preventive measures like risk transfer mechanisms and social protection policies should be implemented. Climate smart practices should be encouraged among producers, infrastructure, social services, and energy grids needs to be more resilient. Ecosystems such as mangroves, wetlands, and also forests that can store carbon dioxide levels should be preserved. Then capacities for natural resource management and odds needs to be increased for risk reduction and adaptation, and recovery processes involving the all above mentioned efforts must be supported by each state.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I think I will very much follow what Wojtek and Mariusz said about breaking the silo and cooperation, but there is one additional factor which is critical. The risk and then the emergency needs an owner. That's the problem. Particularly in case of the question that you, Doug, asked, and what about new risks? We need to start from having the owner of that. For example, the case we mentioned in the last panel, I think AI becoming a problem, or just to give the example. This is something which we are not having in our matrices. The question would be, the response would be, hey, but that's not me, that's not me, that's not me. In Poland, we have a custom that if there is a problem, the safety-related problem, you call the fire service, and you know they will do what they can. But in this case, they will have a problem, because they are not really prepared. So to be prepared for the new risks, we need initially try to allocate the ownership. And also, what is very important, to have someone who is looking for the overall perspective. I'm looking at the Government Security Center in the Polish case now. Someone who is trying to see where these new things might be appearing. That's not necessarily your ownership, but that's your role to say, hey, there is a new child in the playground, and there is no mother here. That's important, because if there is an owner, the funding will be coming, the awareness will be built, the cooperation might be established, because there will be someone pushing for the cooperation. But let's avoid situation that we will have a problem and only then ask who is the owner.
Yeah, indeed, I'm absolutely right. Of course, also in the context of the Government Center for Security. Okay, and Colin, what's your remarks?
Thanks, Greta. So I was building on what everybody else has said, really. I think I'd add two points, really. So the first one, which is central to what we're trying to do, is this embedding resilience as a core part of wider policy making. So shifting, so rather than resilience being seen as an operational exercise that sits alongside wider work, that we step out of our comfort zone a bit. Like operational delivery is going to be vital, and operational planning is and central to all of this, but this idea that we think a bit more in the round how we use our wider levers and embed resilience more widely in placemaking or in decision making, and sort of play a bit of a not slow game, but a long game in embedding it. And the second one, which is bit more tactical, I think there's a really acute problem with our evidence base actually. So I think to making the case for these sorts of changes, often we need to make hard-nosed bids for government funding or convince partners to invest their money in doing things. And I think we need to be a bit smarter in how we think about how we quantify the outcomes we're trying to achieve and put values on them, and move a bit beyond this kind of tendency to talk in very generalized insurance terms of, well, you know, it costs 100 million if it happens, so 10 million's okay. I think we should be a bit more nuanced, a bit cleverer in how we show wider value in building resilience in our cases to unlock all that funding and action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have a few aspects: education, we have cooperation in the context of a policymaker with other stakeholders. We have aspects of building bridge between entities as a way to cooperate. What's more, we need some overview approach, holistic approach. So I think that what can link all these aspects, it's a method of flow of information and method of flow of the solutions. So at the end, we need innovation technology. Yeah. So thank you very much for this very exciting panel. Thank you, Colin, thank you so much that you are with us. I'm so happy to see you. I hope so that we will see next week. Yeah? So thank you so much, and have a good time. Now maybe photo. And thank you for your attention, and maybe somebody would like to ask. Yeah, I know that lunchtime is coming. maybe some question from chat? No? So.
I think everything's clear.
Maybe as a conclusion, and also for the further behaviors, the focus should be on creating future-proof jobs from the government, but also from the private sector. Also technology to support the renewable energy to reduce emissions, then advocacy with international donors and flexible funding instruments, and communication with both public and private sector for risk resilience driven programs, and effectively meeting the vulnerable needs while leaving no one behind. Thank you.
So now we'd like to conclude all this conference. So maybe Dag Olav can start.
Well, I would like to thank everyone for your attendance and for contributions to the report. I think it's been interesting and exciting days. From my point of view, I would like to point out two things. Firstly, we are going to make a conference report. It has been presented before, so just remind everybody that you will receive some questions afterwards, maybe tomorrow or next week. So I'll kindly encourage you to answer that. We are looking for some feedback, some key findings, but also for good examples or good practices that you have within the field of innovation in disaster prevention and preparedness. Secondly, in addition to all the presentations we have had on innovation, one of the purposes has also been to present to you the possibility of funding through the EEA and Norway grants scheme. So I think from our side we will take back some findings from this conference and use it when we give input to the further development of the EEA grants scheme. And hopefully it will open up for cooperation with at least some of the beneficiary countries for the years to come when it comes to innovation in disaster prevention and preparedness. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm keen just to spend 2 minutes on summarizing a few key messages which I have absorbed during the conference. And by the way, I really think this was a very interesting event because it was really a food for thought. It was not just to talk and listen to things that you are normally doing, but there was a lot of inspiration for thinking, inspiration for creative ideas. I think it's innovation is a very proper title here because this is not only what we are talking about indeed, but what is indeed one of the key factors which may help us deal with the future challenges. And one of the clear observations to me from all or most of the voices we've heard are that we need to keep the eyes open for new challenges, for the new risks, for new problems, unexpected, the more and more complex, as more complex the world around us is, it's also that the solutions will not be easier, unfortunately, whether on the governance level, on the technical level, on the social level, the complexity will be a key word. But also the technology is offering more and more, whether geoinformation was clearly presented here as something which is a must. We see that there is a lot of new data for these geoinformation solutions to be more and more effective, whether this is drones or satellites. These are the changing factors. There seem to be starting some AI as a tool to get more from this data, to get more information from data. Of course, we also need to think about our readiness to absorb all this information. We need to shape our thinking about what the innovation can offer, identify the needs, understand that when we are talking about the prevention, it's much more challenging than for the response. For the response, we have a relatively well-defined problem in front of us. It might be huge, but it's more or less physical. You can deal with it. Prevention is really dealing with something, hoping that it will not happen, or doing everything you can do to making it not happen, which, by the way, is not rewarding because you are rewarded for dealing well with the real crisis. You are normally not so rewarded for not making crises appear, so not making politicians being happy with you for doing a good job. That's also a problem which needs to be addressed. But in terms of the innovation, to direct the development, to identify the needs, to really push for the dialogue with the solution providers, solution developers, to build the ecosystem for this exchange, and also exchange not only about the guiding development, but the know-how of using what is already available, whether it's know-how, whether these are good practices, whether these are, in some cases, procedures. These are things worth sharing because it's not easy. Once again, complexity. And the more complex these things are, the more effort we need to put to really get value from them. And finally, implement on the technical side, to implement, not be afraid of failure, play with them. We've discussed this just a moment ago. Get 70–80% of the functionality is in the 20% of time is much better than trying to get perfection. Imperfection is fine as long as it already gives you something. Useful, something which can give a value to your activities. Build the critical mass of experience so the innovation in this critical mass will really become a useful set of solutions, if you wish, making you more efficient and more reactive, and consequently supporting the resilience of the society you are serving. I think that's my view on this.
Thank you so much. I'd like to add that $1 spent on prevention can rest $15 on recovery. So the prevention in disaster reduction is really the most important. From my point of view, I think that this conference emphasized that we need platform for exchanging thinking, exchanging solution and good practice. And what is important, we need platform for exchange also technologies. What is important for us, why it's important, how we can do it. So we should cooperate between a lot of entities, yes, science, also private sector, also is very important. In conclusion, the conference provides a valuable platform for fruitful discussions and challenges of ideas, because we start from the global level during the regional cooperation, and we end at the local level. But now we are back, yes, because now we think about a very approach point of view, which consists just everything. But the first one, the communication and communication first of all for building some bridge to exchange technology and innovation technology. So for me, it's very important, especially when we think about the changing safety environment in the Europe. Thank you very much. Maybe somebody would like to add something at the end. Thank you so much for your attention and that you are with us. We do appreciate it, and we need you much more in the future. So thank you so much.
And thank you also for the technical staff for the perfect provision of all the services, including the online platform. Those present in the room have not seen this probably, but we've got quite a few comments from outside that the online visibility of this conference was almost perfect. So thanks a lot for this.